Okay. We should be live on Twitter and YouTube now. Boy. And yeah, you're in the middle of interviewing for a new role, and the process the larger companies use is pretty silly. Yeah, don't necessarily dox the company, but are you talking like 6 rounds kind of stuff? Like they're doing a lot. It's crazy. Like yeah, maybe just like describe the silliness. Like there's a lot that's pretty silly, but I'm curious if they are still like really algorithm heavy, or if they've actually started like optimizing for other stuff because clankers are good at algorithm shit. But real quick, let me recap what our plan for the day is for the Twitter and YouTube stream, just for the VODs and all that. We did, hold on. We did a bunch of discovery around SDK generation. I decided to keep using Hey API to generate the JavaScript TypeScript SDK. And then we're going to use Microsoft Kyoto for a few of the other languages. It's just an open API to SDK generator, but theoretically it provides better, like, you know, more human usable SDKs than something like the official open API generator tool. We've used that one before, and it definitely doesn't generate like great types and some of that stuff, and it's probably like, I don't know if it's abandonware at this point, but I don't think it gets maintained for improving its output. Whereas I think Kyoto, at least like it looks well maintained and it has like a sharper focus, which means that theoretically there's more effort put into providing good SDKs. At the end of the day, I don't even use SDKs, but there are people that do. Right? Like if I'm ever integrating with something, I just maybe use the SDK for types, and then I just integrate with the API, you know? So then it's easily tree shakeable away and it's just a fetch request. But okay, so that and leak code and just questions they ask, which anyone could just use AI to get around. You don't find it demeaning or anything. You just think it's not going to get talent properly. Yeah. Oh, you got to run already? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries, Pep Tech. See you again soon. Okay, so still like algorithm and leak code heavy. Yeah, yeah. We rated Midnight Simon the other day, and yeah, I feel bad for not having rated him much in the past like little while. That was on me. But he, I believe, works at Google, or at least used to. He talks about how he doesn't even like hand code anything at work anymore. The only hand coding he does is like leak code at this point. But he got that job by focusing super heavily on leak code stuff. Yeah, exactly. Every job I've ever had, it's never fucking mattered. Yeah, Ken Wheeler had a good post at one point, like, yeah, if you're going to ask me how to reverse a linked list, I want you to show me in your code base where you use a linked list. The tools we use may be using linked lists under the hood. That's not the same fucking thing. And in fact, if you look at something like Objective-C and their NS dictionary, or whatever the new one is, right, for like the Swift stuff, if you look at NS dictionary, at compile time, the compiler decides what the underlying data structure is. It is completely abstracted away from the developer. You simply use the NS dictionary, and based on your access patterns, they decide what underlying structure to use. I'm sure you can overwrite it in some way, right? Use like some kind of hinting or config. But in general, you don't think about that when you're writing an iOS application. You let the runtime, or not the runtime, but the compiler, decide for you, and you're done. I mean, so corporate veteran for the big companies, just think about how many applicants they get. They have to apply a filter of some kind. If it's like a talent to talent direct comparison, well, yes, maybe you end up taking the person that puts in the extra effort to memorize some leak code stuff. But the way they do it, they actually optimize for people that know leak code stuff better, and it's not an apples to apples comparison, because that person who, you know, spent all that time on leak code might not be actually that good at building actual software. So it's almost like a false positive that they're selecting for, but it started out as a way to select the best of the best. And then it's just been cargo culting ever since. And every company follows what these big companies do because, well, if they're doing it, we should probably be doing it, which is completely fucking wrong because they don't understand why the other companies did it. You never know, right? Like in general, yes, they will. We get people like that here in stream all the time too, who will like micro optimize way ahead of time, right? They'll see me doing like a map then a filter and think, oh my God, that's going to be so slow. You should have used a for loop ahead of time and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I don't know, man. Or like, not even that. It's like, oh, you're using a map instead of a for loop. That's going to be so much slower. And it's like, dude, do you even recognize that we're not in the hot path here? And technically, you can't predict what the JavaScript, like just-in-time compiler will optimize. Like, you can't predict that. And in some engines, map is faster than a for loop. Or, hold on, no. It was a case where, like, I was using map because I just do map in general. I forget the exact case. For the most part, a map is not faster than a for loop. It was faster than for each. And that's the thing I was misremembering, right? So they're like, well, yeah, map is always going to be slower because it's an extra allocation. Bullshit. And also, does it fucking matter? That micro optimization is so much less important than other shit you're doing. I've had to refactor smart engineers code in way too many cases where they're doing like recursion on like a file tree kind of component, you know, where it's like nested, like, you know, open and close like subtree stuff. Sure, they did their testing, they made it recursive, and it worked great when there was 100 items. When there were 1,000 items, it fucking sucked. You'd click and you'd wait a second and a half for your browser to calculate that shit. And it happened on every fucking render. Like, what the fuck, dude? What are we even doing? So instead, I had to refactor that to basically like a, you know, like a hash table lookup. Like a one-to-one lookup. Item, opened or closed. That's it. Super fucking fast. Like, you know, it's just funny. And the fact that they had like proposed this at the company I used to work at, Fresh Consulting, we had these like engineering meetings, like, you know, once a month or whatever. And this dude gave a presentation on how like elegant and awesome this recursion was. And this CTO was pumped on it. Yeah, a month later, that person wasn't working on that project and they handed it to me and I had to gut that shit and do it the right way. Do it for a thing that optimized for when this shit would happen, etc. Yeah, maybe Coast, but it's also a matter of like, well, when does this calculation happen? If you're doing it like the declarative recursive way, that means you're doing it on every render. That's just a waste of cycles, right? If you're trying to hit 60 frames a second rendering, that's a bad fucking idea. Whereas instead, if you could do the calculation when the data changes, that happens once when someone clicks a button and you're done and it stays static and there's no recalculation other than the one-to-one lookup of open or closed. So just thinking about like when you're doing these things is important, more so than just like the elegance and the general runtime, you know? But because I was doing it with the one-to-one lookup of a hash table, I was able to only change the things that mattered, right? Oh, you clicked a nested thing to open up that subtree? Yeah, I'm looking at one element and showing its children. I'm not crawling the entire fucking tree. So yeah, you know, it's just, that's what we talk about when it comes to actually like good engineering. Engineering isn't making the absolute most performant thing every time. Engineering is understanding the problem you're trying to solve and building the right solution for that. It's why when we go back, and we can switch over to this, it's why when we constantly like keep referencing this document, junior to genius, right? The fucking expert, right? Not just the senior, not just the hacker, the expert. The first thing they do is they go and assess what's the actual goal of the thing we're doing. They're not just looking at the code and optimizing the code that's already there. They're looking at the problem to be solved, right? So there's all this like, you know, just let me make sure I'm in the right place. Yeah, here, the hacker, they're doing all this like weird like bit masking and all sorts of BS. And thanks, Zayu, for the raid. I'm just going to finish this thought real quick. And then, yeah, we'll see you again soon. Thanks, though, Zayu. Are you going to be at Render ATL or any conferences coming up? Maybe Commit Your Code conference? But anyway, we can chat later. Have a good one. Right? So yeah, the hacker does this like bit masking, grossness, whatever. The expert comes back and looks at the problem. And they look at the comment. Every other person before this, between the junior and this expert, simply optimized the code in front of them. Whereas the expert looks at the problem to be solved, and once they know what the problem being solved is, oh, this is a big endian issue, right? All that weird bullshit they were doing, yeah, we could just solve that with binary primitives reverse endianness. Boom. Massively simplifies the code. They still do loop unrolling, right? Sure. But they massively got rid of all of that crazy fucking bullshit bit masking. And the bit masking worked. It doubled the speed of what the senior did. The senior doubled the speed of what the pro did. And the pro 5x'd the speed of what the junior did. But the expert was able to double the speed of what the hacker did with massively more readable code. Right? It's about solving the problem at hand. Right? Good engineers go back and understand the problem to be solved, not the blob of code in front of them. And that's where it goes from development to engineering, in my opinion. Oh, I think this is my favorite song on this album. But okay, so for everyone joining from the raid, welcome. Let's do the shout out stuff for Zayu. We were in the middle of a quick rant, and we're just now starting, so it's chill. Anyone coming in from the raid, what was Zayu up to? They were doing the co-core thing, so like the SETI at home style, like sharing your GPU to the broader web kind of stuff, which is awesome. Doing some tangled.org stuff. I think Tangled is pretty cool. I'm a big fan of AT Protocol. I get to hang out and party with some of those dudes at IntDev here in Seattle, because that's where they work out of. IntDev is the Internet Development Studio. That's the name of it. The dude that runs it, Jim, is fucking cool. Like, he's such a dude. And yeah, it's just, yeah, it's a great time to go hang out with those dudes, and it's just really cool that it's just right here in Seattle. There are times when I think about like moving out to the boonies or moving to SF. I don't know. We'll see. But being able to like just go in and hang with people like that in Seattle, because there are heavily influential people that live in Washington. I just now looked up that Kelsey Hightower lives in Washougal. Well, technically, Washougal's like out in the boonies. You know, he doesn't come out to Seattle JS or any of those meetups. But still, like, Washington is just, it's a nice time. I like Washington. So, anyway, the thing we are up to today is we are going to be, and actually we have a today command that will sum up for some people. We'll also like just do a quick fun recap of some of the stuff we posted recently. Kelsey Hightower, didn't he do the no code meme repo? I think he might have, yeah. But he also like he's retired. But he's like massively pushed Kubernetes and like a lot of that like infrastructure engineering kind of stuff. He gave, I want to say, one of the best like keynote speeches I've ever seen at Render ATL when I went in 2024. Like, and it wasn't even like a keynote about, you know, like tech specifically. He was just telling like his story about how he got into tech and how like, you know, you gotta like put in the effort. And it was a lot and I couldn't summarize it. Maybe the talk is recorded and published somewhere, but it's a really, really good talk. And yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, it was really good. I'm looking forward to going back to Render ATL this year. And what's up, Fallen? How you doing, Mr. Sir? So yeah, our plan for today, we're building SDKs from our open API specification that we like fully tested and did some stuff with using Schema Thesis. So now we're going to generate the SDKs. And after we've generated the SDKs and published docs and some things for that, we're going to start building our MCP server. I think we're going to do a remote MCP server. But I'm also wondering, like, I don't know, maybe we should do both? We could do a local and a standard IO, or a standard IO and a SSE or whatever they call it. I don't know. I'm still not decided on that part yet. Either way, no matter what we're doing, we're going to have to figure out the auth part. I'm keen to at least look into what building the auth part means. Oh, and we got another raid. Hey, what's up, Maya? How you doing? So yeah, I'll redo the spiel we were just doing. How goes the GBA emulator? Yeah, how's it going? Oh, hold on. Oh, someone else, or maybe I did. I don't know. Someone did the shout out. Almost done with the CPU. Nice. I'm doing well. We're chilling. I will warn some people from my stream, we do use AI for some stuff, especially for what we're doing right now. Like the part that we're on for what we're building is we built our open API specification and we used a tool called Schema Thesis. Here, hold on. Oh, wrong one. There we go. So Schema Thesis is like, if you remember something called Dread.js, they're tools to like, no, and I get it, but you know, some of your audience may hate AI enough that like, you know, seeing me use some AI would be a bummer. But for like, think about it this way, there are certain things where it's like, dude, do you really want to spend that much time on some bullshit like the rigmarole? Oh, you left out a property on your open API specification and now you got to go update every endpoint with that one thing? Nah, use a clanker for that because it's not going to be a simple find and replace. You know? Like there are absolutely things that like, dude, just let a clanker do the boilerplate kind of BS, right? Don't use AI for things where you should be using your brain. But for stuff where you're just going to like zone out and do a bunch of like pasting, ugh. Right? So I don't know. I think, as with most things, it depends, right? The true senior engineer mentality. Should you use AI for that thing? Well, it depends, right? But I get it, right? Too many people are letting AI like turn their brain to mush. They're letting AI unwrinkle their brain. You know? And that ain't right. That ain't right at all. But yes, we use this thing called schema thesis. Yeah, vibe coding. Exactly, right? Like, look at the output, verify it. And hold on. I don't remember if you're like close enough to my age, but this is going to make a lot of sense to millennials. And basically, if you get this joke or this like this tweet, your knees probably hurt when you wake up in the morning. Vibed a lot of code, some. Push it up to prod, now it's down. Wish I had done a little review. Best to let soul loop it now. You don't know 311? Okay, yeah. I'm old. This is a millennial thing, for sure. And even like younger millennials might not remember this because this was made when they were born, right? Because I think millennials end around like 92, 93, and I think this was like 92, 93. You're 91? Okay. Yeah, I was born in 1984. The before times. But yeah, that was a fun tweet. I was really proud of that. 91 is quite old. You're not wrong. But yeah. So yes, we're validating our open API spec. We've done that. And I guess, hold on. Let me just pull up another one of my posts because the screenshot's good, right? So this is an example of schema thesis, like completing, right? So it tested our examples, made sure we had them, tested our coverage, make sure that we had, specs for the endpoints and blah, blah, blah. It then did a bunch of fuzzing, based upon like what our request schemas said we could do. Like that includes query params and some of that stuff. And then it did stateful tests of 153 scenarios. There were 3,178 actual test cases generated. So this is basically an OpenAPI tester and fuzzer. And could you imagine writing all of those test cases by hand in Dread.js? That'd fucking suck. So yeah, this was able to test a whole bunch of things that Dread.js never tested for me. So this is a really good, just like, spiritual successor to Dread.js for validating your OpenAPI specs. Now, if you wonder why would you want to validate your OpenAPI specs? Well, number one, have you ever been working on a team and you go to make a request to an endpoint, you get a 400, but you're doing exactly what's in the specification? You're maybe working at night and your coworkers aren't? And then boom, you're blocked because you can't move on because you're doing what the spec says, but it's giving you an error. And the error doesn't actually have any of the output saying what's wrong because it's, that's configured wrong. So then you go and ask in the meeting or, in the stand-up, like, hey, I'm blocked, I need this. And then someone's like, oh yeah, I forgot to update the OpenAPI spec. That happens on internal software. If you could have a CI/CD process validate these things, the dev that pushed up the change to the API could fix it in the moment before the PRs even merged. That would speed everyone up, right? That'd be amazing. And then number two, if you're doing a public open API specification, that like multiplies the problem by 1,000 of having like an API specification that doesn't tell the truth. You don't want all those support tickets. You don't want to deal with that. And devs that run into issues like that will actually just recommend that we find a different platform. So there are so many reasons why you need to make sure that your open API specification is telling the truth. Yeah, your CI/CD pipelines were constantly borked themselves. That's another problem, and that should be a huge focus because that compounds the problem with everything else, right? But try telling that to short-sighted businesses that, consider CI/CD to be a money sink, right? Oh, that's not actually delivering features to production, so like that's an expense, not a fucking, not a value, right? Not an asset. Like bad accounting fucks too many teams. And then subsequently, right? Well, yes, if you're building an API spec and the public is going to get access to it. Well, you don't want to have upset customers based upon bad API specs, but also, are you going to generate SDKs? Well, yeah, you should probably make sure that your API spec is truthful if you're going to be generating things from it, because that would be a huge problem too. So there's so many things that compound and get worse if you don't put in the effort ahead of time to make sure that like the contract between the front end and back end is correct. And AI doesn't fix this. AI will still hit a 400, and if the 400 doesn't tell it what the error is, you're fucked, right? So yeah. Okay, and then last bit. I do like to recap just some of the news and stuff and blah, blah, blah. Right? And for the anti-AI crowd, I get it. But it's a tool, I'm not telling you what to do. But also there's this post from Linus on Twitter that, someone like reposted from the mailing list. You should probably be reading and understanding this, because Linus is just comes out and says, I realize that some people really dislike AI, but this is an area where I'm willing to absolutely put my foot down as the top level maintainer. Linux is not one of those anti-AI projects. And if somebody has issues with that, they can do the open source thing and fork it. Basically, he's telling people who disagree about AI for Linux to go fork themselves. Right? AI is a tool, just like other tools we use. In my opinion, being absolutely anti-AI is like being anti-syntax highlighting. It's like being anti-inline autocompletion, right? Anti-IntelliSense. I'm not saying use it for absolutely everything. I'm not saying vibe code to the moon. I'm saying use a tool to be more effective. So yeah. Right? In the kernel community, we do open source because it results in better technology, not because of religious reasons. And yeah, here we go, right? And no, AI isn't perfect. But Christ, anybody who points to the problems at AI had better be looking in the mirror and pointing at themselves at the same time, because it's not like natural intelligence is always that great either. We meet idiots all the fucking time. A replacement for reading docs? Sure. Yeah, that's totally valid. I think there are plenty of really good, valid use cases. Right? Like Davros, if maybe you didn't hear the mention earlier, right? We were fixing our open API specification, and we were missing a response for all of our endpoints, because all of our endpoints have a possibility of a 422, which is unprocessable entity, which means you sent the wrong payload, right? A lot of APIs will list that as a 400, which is just super generic. Instead, 422 is the correct thing, right? Like, we understood what you sent, but you sent the wrong stuff. To add that response to 40 plus endpoints, yeah, you could go do that by hand, or you could just let a clanker do it for you, and you can just validate the result. The key is, are you validating the result? And this is where I disagree with Theo massively. He's saying you should be reading way less code these days. I massively disagree. Like, massively disagree. Yeah. Another thing I used it for just recently, I was tasked with creating a strategy document. It's not a guarantee or a thing that we're absolutely going to do, but we are considering, and I needed to create the document for a program in which we give Gitkraken to open source teams, right? Open source projects. What does that look like? I don't know. So I asked a clanker. I asked ChatGPT, hey, grill me on what you think is pertinent, blah, blah, blah. And it asked a bunch of questions I hadn't even thought about yet. So yes, we go back and forth, do this grilling. It spits out the summary, and now I can write a proper document. Now, technically, I just let it create the documents for me because, I mean, it's an internal strategy doc. They're going to use AI to summarize it themselves and ask questions about it anyway. This isn't meant for, like, humans, right? Like external humans. This is an internal strategy doc thing. Dude, I would assume every single person at the company is going to be summarizing it with AI anyway, asking questions about it with AI anyway. I refuse to use AI to write blog posts and things that, like, external facing humans need to read, right? If it's for humans, it should be written by a human. But yeah, like, you know, having it grill you. There's a lot of use cases that you don't have to do, but it's worth at least trying. And if you tried like 2 years ago, the shit's gotten better. It's okay to change an opinion over time. Quite worried by the centralization risk since Rampocalypse. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we're seeing diminishing returns for like large language models. Like, we're talking like trillions of params. We're seeing way better results from like mixture of expert models, right? And even the biggest trillion param models are a mixture of expert, right? Like, I believe Kimi K3 is a mixture of expert. So you're not activating all trillion params at a time. So in general, I think we're going to start seeing micro-focused, you know, LLMs or even like small language models for various things. Yeah, exactly, right? At that point, like, yeah, we should really be thinking about what we're using. And this comes back to the post I wanted to shout out that we just got to, right? Theo and a bunch of people are on like a major Google hate train because, you know, cargo culting exists. I'm not saying Theo is the one cargo culting. I'm saying a lot of the people that are blindly following what he says are cargo culting. 3.5 flashlight is like way at the top of the pass rate. Like, it is number 2 in the pass rate on our Git benchmark that we made. It outperforms Sol. It outperforms Opus. And Fable is way the fuck down there. It's not even in the top 20, which is what we're showing right now. But the newest models, right? So 3.5 flash, 3.5 flash, 3.5 flash light. And then I think 3.6 flash is in here, but maybe I'm missing it. Oh yeah, 3.6 flash is right there. So Google is occupying the top 6, or, you know, like 5.4 mini ends up squeaking in there, right? Sure, this is just for doing Git stuff. Crepe, cargo culting? The practice of mindlessly copying the superficial aspects of a successful process or behavior without understanding the underlying reasons for its success. And then that has been basically appropriated towards computer programming for people just blindly parroting what other people say without actually putting their own thought behind it. Right? In general, I think it has become most prevalent because the amount of people that have gotten into coding has massively expanded. It used to be that people that got into coding were iconoclasts. They were the fucking outliers. They were the people who prided themselves on thinking for themselves and questioning authority, right? Questioning the status quo. Nowadays, it seems like we have way more coders who were just striving to be popular in high school rather than being themselves. And that type of cargo culting seems like it has become more and more prevalent over time as things get more popular, which I think is probably exactly predictable, right? Like the rewrite it in Rust crowd back in like 2016 to 2020. Like, still, they're just as bad. But like the rewrite it in Rust crowd blindly saying rewrite it in Rust, they had at the very first Rust conference, which I went to, they had to actually say, stop telling people to rewrite it in Rust. You're making us look bad. You're making us look like dickheads. They didn't say that literally, but they did say, stop telling people to rewrite it in Rust. Because it was an entire fucking, like, community problem. And yeah, cargo culting has gotten worse and worse. Right? Here's another thing, right? This could be like people who read the Gang of Four book and start reading about all of these design patterns, and then they just start hammering design patterns into everything they do. Right? I think we've seen those people. They just read the chapter on singleton, now everything's a singleton. They just read the chapter on factory pattern, now everything's a factory pattern. That's also a form of cargo culting. The clean code book. No function should be longer than 25 lines. That is absolutely fucking cargo culting. There are definitely exceptions to that, and if you can't accept an exception for that, you're fucking up. And in general, 25 lines is ridiculous. Using any literal line number count is ridiculous. Right? The thing to recognize for that and why it's ridiculous is there is actually an abstraction cost of taking a chunk of code and pulling it out into a separate function. So then when you're reading the function that consumes it, well, now you got to go read where that is in probably a totally different file. And that context switch actually has a major cost when it probably could have just been done right there in line. Now, is it something that needs rigorous unit testing? Well, yeah, pulling it out makes sense, especially if the function that's consuming it has a bunch of side effects. Sure, I get it. But that is where the criteria matters, right? Then you have a legitimate reason for pulling it out. You shouldn't be pulling it out willy-nilly. Oh, crepe. I mean, so at that time I will be retired. It's not my problem. There's also a lot of stuff where it's like, yeah, I'm going to create this giant initiative to rewrite the whole code base, but I'm going to be applying for a new job in 2 years anyway. So dealing with the fallout isn't going to be my problem either. Right? That mentality is really prevalent. It's not even the old guard, right? New guard does the same shit. Initiative-driven development, promotion-driven development. right? Resume-driven development. Happens all the time. Well, there is definitely something to remember there, corporate veteran. There's a reason legacy code becomes legacy code, right? It's easy to think if we just rewrite it, it'll be fixed. And then you go through iterations, you go through edge cases, you go through things that need to be added on, and all of a sudden, this brand new greenfield code you made is brownfield again, right? Because your mentality of the old code's a mess is coming from a misunderstanding of why it's a mess. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Right, there's the age-old joke of a chunk of code in the code base having like a counter above it and a comment saying like, hey, if you try and refactor this function, be honest, if you try and refactor this function and realize that you can't, you need to increment the counter. Yep, exactly, Crepe. Yeah. You know, like there are chunks of code that are simply that. Yeah. I get it, corporate veteran, but like that's arguing for like an edge case, or at least like it's not an always thing. There's chunks of code that do that. There's chunks of code that probably shouldn't be changed. None of this stuff is a hard and fast rule. But in general, the old code's a mess mentality leads to a lot of churn, right? Like work that didn't need to be done. Hidden phone number deep in the code that would grant a beer if found? Oh, that's fun. I hadn't seen that before. But real quick, so thank you for the follow. Sackle. We are currently in rant mode, and we're currently like recapping some of the stuff that happened over the past couple days. Like this right here, right? There's a lot of hate on the Gemini models. But the Gemini models, dude, of the top 10, they're 60%. The other 40%, GPT models. That's actually fucking cool, man. That's actually fucking cool. But, right, people are saying, like, Flashlight, right, the new Flash models, oh, they burn so many tokens. And it's like, well, hold on. Number one, 3.5 Flashlight, the brand new one, is the peak of API time and intelligence. So it is the fastest and most intelligent when 2D mapping those two params. We see Gemini 3.5 Flash, which also burned a shitload of tokens, being number 2, and then the rest, GPT. So GPT models are fucking great. I'm not arguing against GPT models. And Theo had a point that, like, yeah, the token usage of the Gemini models is way fucking higher, like massively higher. So they don't show up in our top 6 here. And I'm pretty sure some of these like really low outliers, or at least like this chunk right here, I think the dark blue are the Gemini models, right? So yes, if you're looking at token usage, purely token usage, sure. But we just saw API time, it doesn't matter. Because it processes tokens so much faster, it's still faster on API time. And then from there, well, okay, does token usage truly equal cost? It doesn't. It really doesn't, right? 3.5 Flashlight is still number 4. Technically, for doing Git stuff, the Gemma models perform really well, and you could be doing this locally. So if you want to do Git stuff, you could be offloading your Git stuff to a self-hostable model. And that's where it's coming back to people talking about, like, you know, the Rampocalypse and all that. Like, honestly, we are hitting a point where, like, micro-focused models and routing to them in the right way, that's going to be the future. Companies aren't going to be able to pay the bill that is going to be necessary for OpenAI and Anthropic to recoup their investment costs. It's not possible. Companies will hire junior devs again because it'll actually be cheaper. So, yeah, just interesting stuff to think about, right? Now, keep in mind, this is all niche Git stuff, but I think micro benchmarks still have value, right? These benchmarks probably need work too. These were vibe coded. I'm going to be totally honest. I vibe coded the fuck out of these benchmarks, but looking at the results and seeing what the tests are testing, it still has value, in my opinion, and having micro benchmarks like this is important. What do I mean by routing? By having maybe a judge model assess what's going on and then routing a smaller context to a smaller model to solve a problem, right? So theoretically, you could pass a smaller context from your parent giant context to a smaller model that focuses on transcription or focuses on Git stuff or focuses on other things. And this is it right here. This is another thing that I think is just funny because people are intentionally myopic around this stuff, right? This dude. I had it print done once per line about 1,000,000 times before I stopped it. Ironically, it didn't complete the task and wasn't done. Nah, blah, blah, blah. Gemini Meet also transcribed someone else's meeting. Well, the data leakage thing is a huge fucking problem. That's a huge issue. But also, what was the task? Well, if I give you an MP4 of a meeting, can you generate meeting notes from it? Okay, so its transcription is no good? That seems like a pretty niche thing that you should be using a more specific model for, and then turning loose Flash on the transcript. Right? And then he's like, well, no, it's pro, and since they do it with all video as Google, hardly a niche thing they shouldn't be capable of. Okay, do you really think Google is turning their most expensive pro Gemini model on every YouTube video? Dude. Like, no fucking way. That would be just not worth the cost because there are specific models that are really good at isolating the audio part and doing transcription on that, like Whisper and things like that, and doing it extremely cheaply and extremely fast. There's no fucking way they're using Pro for all of that. They just aren't. So, number one, this guy just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And it hits the point where, like, Flash seems especially primed for being part of workflows rather than being a universal model. This dude's just a bad engineer because he's doing the lazy thing of just summarize the video for me, Claude, or Gemini, or whatever. It's just, it's lazy. It's expecting these things to be fucking magic. They're not. Use the right tool. Use the right model. There are really good transcription models now. Let's see, hold on. Right? OCR bench. Oh, that's OCR. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Transcription model rankings. Right? So here we go. Open Router has a list of... Oh, is this usage? Yeah, that's just usage. Yeah. That's not relevant to what we're doing anyway. Here we go. Speech-to-text models. What you'll notice is that not even GPT is in the lead on this, right? Like, there is basically no single frontier model that is absolutely best at this. Use a very specific tool for these things, and then farm the result out to another model. So creating workflows like that, right? LangChain, Flu, right? Creating very specific agents for very specific tasks, especially for production stuff, is going to be really fucking important. And that's where a lot of the people that you hear being the loudest on Twitter are actually so fucking wrong about this stuff. They just turn a single model loose because they're actually just bad engineers. They're not thinking about solving a problem. They're offloading thinking to another tool. You've not heard of LangChain for so long? I mean, LangChain is still massively useful for production things. You should not be using LangChain for local dev. That would be really fucking stupid. Never touching LangChain again. I haven't personally used it. I just think the idea of stringing together multiple, like, single steps into a process, right? Into a pipeline is really fucking useful. Is that what you should be doing for every single task? Fuck no. But if you're an engineer that thinks you should have one tool that solves every problem, you're just a bad engineer. That's it. That's all there is to it. Right? Civil engineering. There's not one material to build a building out of. You decide, well, hold on, what's going to be the fucking wind shear? What's going to be all this other shit? Right? Right? It's about being good engineering. Yeah. So Wabanaki, I agree with that. I think still, like, using some kind of, like, agentic framework like Flu, right? So maybe, like, LangChain is like the, you know, the prototype. It's like the fucking precursor. And now we've got frameworks like Flu, or maybe Barnum. I haven't used Barnum, but, like, some of these, you know, agent harness frameworks where you're actually, like, coding out steps. That becomes really useful. Can one compare it loosely to specific skills? Absolutely, right? Like, you wouldn't make your back-end engineer design your front end. It's just a bad idea. It's just a bad idea. Front-end engineers understand things like UI affordances and why forms should, you know, submit when you hit enter, and tabability and blah, blah, blah. And back-end engineers don't think about that shit. They don't care. And when they vibe code up a front end for their back end thing that they just built, it becomes really obvious because it's unusable from, like, a UX perspective, from an accessibility perspective, from all sorts of other perspectives. It may look pretty, but it just fucking sucks. Hold on. And same thing with front-end people building back-end stuff. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, they introduced a timing attack to their auth flow. Yep, because they don't know to look for that. It happens, right? Like, we are experts in specific things for a reason, because it's not possible to have all this shit in your head. For sure, right? We all have blind spots. I'm not saying I'm perfect. You know, if you think about, like, the meme of, like, the horse drawing, where, like, one's like the terrible, like, stick figure style horse, and then one's like the shaded amazing and whatever, right? There's, like, the back end devs that do, like, the, you know, the ass of the horse, but the rest is fucking stick figure drawing. Then there's the front end devs where it's like stick figure drawings on the back end in the middle, and fucking, you know, like, amazing, like, UI and, like, yeah, pretty, like, designed stuff on the front end. I think I'm probably, like, you know, I'm probably the stick figure on, like, the extreme ends, but I think the middle part is actually wider than an even third. Right? And that middle part is where I think I'm, like, properly drawn and shaded. So I don't think I'm a T-shaped developer. I think I'm closer to, like, an M-shaped developer, or like a pitchfork-shaped developer, or I don't know what you want to call it. But you know, that is maybe, like, the definition of full stack. A lot of people have the full stack title, but they're still T-shaped. Now, all that said, if you look at my resume, I look like a front-end engineer. But I'm curious and I like building shit. All right, so real quick. And then just to like answer your question, Moshiko, no. React router has nothing to do with this, Moshiko. The term router is simply a thing happens and you decide where to send it. So that's what React router is doing. But React router is a very small subset of what routers are, right? Your backend router in Express or things like that. Sure, it looks a lot like the React router stuff. But a router is simply a decision engine for sending your request to the right place. Your router sits at that point where the one thing comes in, and then it fans out to the right place to send it. So when we're talking about a router for AI stuff, it is you have a decision engine up front, take in the request, and decide which smaller model to send this stuff off to for, things like cost. Because you don't need to do all work at the router level or at like the judge level or orchestrator level or whatever. It's very similar to how a lot of people are talking about doing like sub-agents with cheaper models. Yeah, no worries, corporate veteran. Yep, we're like in the middle of a rant. We'll get to actual coding here in a second, but I think these rants are important, and I should probably start sussing them out into YouTube videos because I've been slacking on that shit. Yep. Exactly. This is basically an interactive podcast in which y'all are the guests. You're not just viewers, you're guests. It's harder to like have a proper conversation because there's a lot of voices and, like there's latency and lag. And you guys have to use text. Meanwhile, I can rant at a speed that most people can't type. So yeah, looks to me like fun real-time ASR, my transcribe, Voxtrol. Dude, right? Like people talk about Mistral being shitty. Voxtrol looks pretty fucking good, dude. Right? People like to roast Mistral, but hello, McFly. I do find it odd that Gemini 3.1 did such a poor job, but I think the person that had that post about Gemini Pro fucking up for them, I think they fucked up by not doing it in a flow. They tried to do it all in one step. That's also bad engineering, right? That's the equivalent of having like a single God function rather than breaking it up into like smaller, testable, reproducible steps. Oh, did Microsoft sign a thing with Mistral? I hadn't heard about that. So yeah, hold on. Let's look at open weights. Oh, damn. Okay, so open weight. Yeah, Voxtrol, Mistral, man. All these others are kind of dicks. But yeah, Inkling. Oh, Thinking Machines. They're good. They do great stuff. Yeah, Whisper Large. Whisper. The fact that Whisper is still like sitting like, you know, middle of the pack, even though it's like an older model. That's pretty fucking cool. But yeah, I don't know. I just love thinking about this shit, man. And this is for non-streaming, so that's another separate thing to think about. So as far as error rate index versus active parameters, yeah, Voxtral small. Damn, 24 billion active parameters just for that. But again, if you've got enough RAM, or at least like you're breaking your stuff into like smaller steps, you could be farming out a flow to local models that actually makes a lot of sense. So then you could do Voxtral small to transcribe something, and then use another easily hostable local model like Gemma to summarize the transcript properly. Bim, bam, boom. You've got like a real workflow instead of having to host like a fucking 200 billion parameter model locally. So this is going to be the future. Breaking down your problems into things that you can turn into a workflow that the agents can do. And you want to know what? I really appreciate y'all like allowing me to just rant and talk about this stuff, because I wouldn't know any of this shit without like looking at this stuff on stream. I'd be playing video games right now. You know, like I'd be doing all sorts of other shit. I'd be doom scrolling fucking Twitter or Reddit. You know? The fact that this is a time to at least like focus on tech stuff, even if I get distracted from like the goal of the stream to like work on my side project, I'm still becoming more knowledgeable about all of this bullshit anyway. And that I think is hugely valuable. So if you're one of those people that easily distracts themselves, maybe start a stream. Because then at least you'll easily distract yourself within like a domain that matters, and not just getting better at some bullshit video game. I love playing video games. They are bullshit, but we all need bullshit in our lives. You don't necessarily need as much, but willpower-wise, man, I love a video game. Ooh, buddy. I got so many I need to finish. I need to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 so I can play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is going to eat up easily 100 plus hours of my time. The problem there is the same you get with human languages. Info gets lost in translation or in summarization. Possibly, but I think stuff gets lost in context anyway, right? So Jamin had this post where he was talking about like, I told the model not to do this thing, and it ended up doing it. Well, yeah, as the context grows, that word not might have gotten skipped over. Because it's just simply taking all these things that it vectorized, and it's following the vectors. And sometimes that not didn't make it into the vector path of how it got tokenized. Right? Especially as the context grows, and it can't reassess and reevaluate everything at a 100%. And I feel like even with the largest models, you start to hit that 200K. And at 200K, even the models that have 1 million available, they start fucking up when you get above that 200K. Every time you move a model, context drop. So the idea is that no matter what, even if you're using one big model, if you start approaching the limit of your context, I consider that to be way worse than the loss that you would have summarizing and handing off. And theoretically, if you're doing it with like a parent orchestrator model and subagents, the parent orchestrator model can validate what the subagent brings back because it still has the context. But it didn't have to do all of the reasoning ahead of time, right? Because reasoning still sits in context. So smaller models can burn as many reasoning tokens as they want, avoiding context rot and solving a very specific problem. And then the subagent simply reports back the result, and that result can then be evaluated against the parent context. So maybe it's not just simply a linear flow, right? It's a orchestrator handoff and hand back process, but you're still preventing context rot, right? You're preventing compaction. And you're using a model that's better at doing the thing you care about. Instead of, concentrating on one studio making a perfect mixture of experts model that does every single nuance, every single niche perfectly, right? Why would you expect them to do that? That just doesn't make any sense to me. And what we're technically seeing on Gitbench is if we look at like all the models, or let's just do like the million and above, we can see that the newest models, or at least like newest Fable, dude, Fable's actually kind of shitty at doing Git stuff because it's not built for that, right? So as these models are getting bigger and bigger and focused on different things, they're actually losing the ability to do some of these smaller tasks. Now, here's the thing. Would Claude Fable recognize it did something wrong and then redo it? Yeah, sure, but why would you want to burn the most expensive tokens on that? Why would you want to do that? Like, we're going to need to start cost optimizing this shit. Now, one thing, I need to rerun my... I have a script to determine which groups these things get put in. Kimi K3 isn't in this list because I haven't rerun that script. I need to do that again. And maybe I make that part of the CI/CD like build process. But if we add Kimi K3, same fucking thing. It's a really capable, awesome model. It's better than Fable 5 at least, but it's nowhere near like the best at doing Git stuff. It's not even close, dude. And that's okay. That doesn't mean it's a bad model. It just means it's bad at doing Git stuff. Expecting one model to do everything, it's a really naive mindset, in my opinion. Even the mixture of expert models. But yeah, that was a fun rant. Let's actually get some stuff that we're working on. So yeah, what the fuck is this trying to do? Oh, it's generating a fake SDK event payload outside the sandbox. Why? I think it's just a smoke test. I think it's just validating the spec, which is interesting. I don't know if I necessarily would have done that myself. But what's happening right now in this agent context is we want to generate SDKs, but the SDKs are going to be public, and this is a private API repo, right? So this needs to have a CI/CD process that will publish the Open API specification to another repo via a PR, and then that other repo will then generate the SDKs from it. So we're setting up the first step because it's got to do a handoff. And then, eventually we'll start setting up the SDK repo. Technically, we have it pulled down. I don't know, we made an initial commit of just adding an empty README. And we're going to turn the model loose on this part because, again, it's just generating SDKs. The actual code written should be pretty simple, theoretically. But some of this CI/CD rigmarole, perfect for turning an agent loose on, which gives us more time to rant. Win-win. Okay, so it's doing some action lint stuff. Got it. Yeah, that was the context. All right. And Reese D. Reese Darby? It's not Reese Sullivan, because that would be Reese S, right? Who is Reese D? Aww. Okay, they're in Japan. It'd be cool to live in Japan for sure. I'd want to be on the North Island. I guess that's a question. What time would I want to start stream if I moved to Japan? Mornings? And I think technically, well, hold on. Let's just ask Perplexity. Oop. Oop. The answer is probably no. Up to 90 days on a visa-free short-term stay as a U.S. passport holder. Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, winter doesn't matter. Okay. Wait, there's a digital nomad visa? Up to 6 months, but no extension allowed. Interesting. Okay, how would the time zone affect me I never said I live in Everett. They're using my IP address. Monday 9 a.m. would be Tuesday 2 a.m. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, it would like really fuck with my schedule to try and maintain. Yeah, that would be tough. All right. All right. I am kind of a night owl, so it wouldn't actually be that hard. I think the big problem is I'd want to like be snowboarding, so I'd sleep for like 5 or 6 hours after doing my like work meeting stuff. Go snowboarding. Probably definitely need a nap after snowboarding. Wake up, do stream. Yeah, so like I wouldn't have any like social time in Japan if I ended up doing that. Yeah, yeah, so that'd be tricky. Yeah, that'd be really tricky. Yeah, I'd want to maintain permanent residence in Washington, I think, still. But I could find a place to get like some cheap land, like out on the peninsula or something. It would make going to like Seattle a pain in the ass, but maybe worth it. Because honestly, if I go out onto the peninsula here in Washington, I could get property for like, I could get like a house with property for like 300K. Hold on, how's Clanker doing? Okay, so it finished. No commit or archive was created. Yeah, I'll do that part. And then, yeah, while that's doing that, let's just double check this. So, nerd wallet, uh, rent versus buy. right? So let's just say maybe I find some place for like 315. Dude, the break-even point happens real quick. Like, real fucking quick. Right? I wouldn't be in Seattle proper, but I probably wouldn't have... Hold on. What would my monthly be? Oh, and the Ghosty shader. Yeah. So I have a Ghosty shaders repo. Oh, nope. That wasn't what I wanted. There we go. But give me a second. Let me verify that I pushed up the fix. So I forked the official repo, or not official, but the other repo that had a bunch of these already made. The one that you're seeing is Night Drive. Oh, and we did push up the iTime degradation. So a lot of the shaders in here end up eating themselves because there's no like handle, no thing to handle like floating point loss, you know, as the iTime value increases. We did add a fix that makes it somewhat better, but it's not perfect. But at least it gets better than like the others. So yeah, in general, you're going to want to do a similar fix for other shaders in this repo, such as this like normalized time. And it's really just a mod of the iTime based upon, and this number was, I think, based on like pi or some bullshit. I forget what exactly. But in general, if you just put this everywhere, you're good to go. I think we used a clanker for this. I should get rid of these comments, but, you know, who cares? But yeah, I believe we used a clanker to figure that part out. And then we just replaced any place we're using iTime in the rest of these functions. We replaced that with our normalized iTime. And then if you're unaware, Shader Toy, that's where we actually got this. One thing to be aware of when you are doing like Shader Toy stuff. Oh, error loading shader. Well, that's no good. How about this one? Right? It'll only work if you have like a single image layer, right? So then, right, let's try and find like another. I don't know, let's just browse. I think this one. Yeah, the ones that have like multiple channels and multiple buffers, they just don't work well. Right? They really, really fuck up. So basically you, and maybe there's a way to make that work, but at least for this, right, for what I've done in discovery-wise, like, you need just a single, like, buffer and no extra channels. There may be a way to do that. I don't know how. We could probably make a clanker do it. They're bringing HTML in Canvas on Chrome. Yes, we saw that a while back. I think it's kind of cool. I think it'll make some things way more useful, especially like think like games, right? Like in-browser game engines. It'll make those way better, right? Because you'll be able to use like proper form semantics instead of having to like hack it and create it yourself, like a Skia kind of thing. Right? So the stuff that makes Flutter so shitty to work with, especially for like a web rendered version of Flutter, would actually be massively improved. So it may actually cause a resurgence in Flutter stuff, even though Flutter has some like major bugs on mobile apps too. I forget what it was exactly, but like Theo has a very specific thing that he was showing at one point at Render ATL, where it's like, Yeah, here's how I can tell an app was made with Flutter, and he showed like the way it scrolled or something. I forget what exactly, but there's definitely some flaws in like native Flutter. But as far as like web Flutter goes, it might be way more usable at that point. I still think you're better off using React Native though. But okay, yeah, this right, it would start out. So add a year, right? The first bit for the first year, I'd be paying theoretically more, like amortized. I think maybe it's amortizing the down payment. I'm not sure about that. What if I did a 5%? Yeah, my break even point would still be at about 2 years. I know they say normally 20%. At 20%, it would be like at the 1 year mark. Oh, no. This is after 1 year. Sorry. So we wouldn't be breaking even, but we'd be breaking even sometime between 1 year and 2 years. And then the cost to buy over time goes like way down. Meanwhile, like, yeah, the rent per month, they're accounting for inflation, which I think is useful. Right? It's like tax rate, general inflation rate. I feel like we should be talking about 6% general inflation. I'm not sure how that number is going down. Maybe I just misunderstand general inflation rate. Maybe they're only considering inflation rate when it comes to opportunity cost. But yeah, over time, on a 30-year mortgage, dude, at 30 years, I'll be in my 70s. Oh, and shit, was Opus 5 going to happen today? What? Oh, been delayed till tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, let's get more music on. So yeah, if Opus 5 releases tomorrow, Theo's probably going to be streaming. All right. He likes to be first for a lot of that stuff. But it also means I'm going to have to get Opus 5 into our benchmarks. Oh, and let me double check this. Uh, oh, hold on. Why didn't I give that a like? All right. Anyway. So yeah, I definitely couldn't do that. But if we did a 5, I could swing that. And the break even point would be basically at 2 years. And at the 30-year mark, you know, I would have saved 500K or so over time. I don't think that's actually accounts for like how much you'd end up having to pay in like home renovation costs and stuff like that. And it would mean, well, no matter what, I think driving to SeaTac would be tougher. Yeah. Like getting 2 flights, I'd want to go like a day early kind of shit. So there'd be increased costs there, but the difference in rent per month. Like, hold on, let me just in 40 years we should be helping kids with a mortgage if I have kids. But let's just try this real quick. Realtor.com, Seattle. And then let's just do this. Show me the map view. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Clear the boundary. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing stuff for like, you know, in the 300K range. Let's crank that down. Dude, if I could get something that's like an actual house, yeah, sure, maybe it's a shithole, but for 240K, right? I don't like the band MXPX, but they might convince me to move to Bremerton. Yeah, some of these are like trailer parks. Some of them are just lots. Right? Yeah. Yep, trailer park. So yeah, it wouldn't be like luxurious living. But let's just say we ended up doing this. What would my rent look like? I just wanted to come here for this part. Like if I put down 5%, my monthly payment would be 2K. I'd be saving 1,200 a month. Making it into Seattle would be way more of a hassle. But there are ferries. Like I could drive to Colby to here and then just fucking boom. Straight to Fauntleroy to SeaTac, right? Like for flights. Up through West Seattle. Yeah, I don't know. I've got friends that are like, why would you move out there? It's like, I don't know. Money? I don't got a Google salary, you know? Shit. And being able to bank, you know, 1,200 times, right? Like 1,200 times 12, that would be 14K a year? Being able to bank another 14K a year in investment? I think I messed this up. I'm not sure where that per month, like maybe this per month value is them amortizing the down payment. But I think as a first time home buyer, I could get a deal too. Oh, see, I do want kids, and my time is definitely running out for that. You know, I'm 42. But whatever. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But yeah, I guess the big thing is like, dude, at a $1,200 a month savings, that could be investment money. That could even be just like, you know, spending extra to like rent a hotel room in Seattle. Yeah, but like, you know, your swimmers don't necessarily swim as well as you get older. I know. There's fucking people like Robert De Niro and the other guy from The Godfather. Wait, was De Niro even in The Godfather? Maybe Godfather 3? Pacino. I was thinking of Pacino. Yeah, your swimmers don't necessarily swim as well, but they're inventing nanobots or like little robots to help them swim better. Was it Godfather 2? Okay. I feel like this is going to be like that scene from Family Guy where he's like, I didn't care for The Godfather. I've never even watched The Godfather. Either one. Like any of them. Godfather 1, 2, or 3. I've never seen either. I probably should. I've seen like scenes, like little bits and pieces. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going. Let's double check this. All right, so it had to do some alignment on the handoff dock. Better off forgetting about 3? Okay. Was Godfather 2 any good? Or is it basically like a Matrix situation, right? Like The Matrix is such a good film. It's a shame they never made any sequels. You leak a fucking API key, I'm gonna be pissed. I think we're good. How far behind are we? Yep, so I think the clanker clanked a little too hard. We probably should have even been looking at what it modified in the workflow. Let's at least like look at it. So notify SDK is fine, but it created some other stuff. And it modified a bunch of bullshit. Wait, when did we change the effort to high? We'll switch that back to medium here in a sec, because I don't think we needed high. All right, so we're going to start with a fresh session. This is Codex that we were using. Yeah, I'm curious how the high kicked in, but we've got usage resets if we need them. Right, we were hitting like our context window. Right, and here's something I find really interesting. Like even Chat GPT, right, or sorry, even GPT 5.6, the context window is only like 262, right, 262K. And then if you go above that, they switch over to like a million. But it's not something they do immediately. I think that is also kind of telling. So, like, when your context is hitting that limit, well, is it doing compaction or is it just like increasing that and handing it off to a larger context, right? Like to another instance. And hopefully you still get the caching. But even some of the models that say they're million context window, they start out smaller and then they charge you more when you go above. All right, I saw something funny. Oh, 272? Yeah, exactly. Small Knight. Yeah. Yeah, no matter what, even for like M3, when I notice it going above 200k, it starts fucking up for sure. So yeah, all these people that brag about like having super long like chat sessions and stuff, I think they massively misunderstand how to use these tools. Right? The people that keep a chat session over the course of a month, what the fuck? Like, it's just weird, man. You should be really aggressive about starting with fresh contexts. Which is why I think I don't see some of the problems people complain about for certain models. Attention scales quadratically. Interesting. And 5'9", what are my favorite skills so far? I mean, the Matt Pocock ones are pretty good. I still really find like OpenSpec to be my most used set of tools. But like the Matt Pocock ones get called like during OpenSpec like sessions anyway. Like when I'm like having it check itself and verify things and discuss and blah blah blah. So yeah, the Matt Pocock ones are pretty good. Typing that one-handed, touch typing be damned. I mean, James, you might start fiddling with some of things like Open Whisper or Super Whisper or whatever. Right? This might be a good chance for you to like put some effort into those because you're going to need to anyway, right? Especially for like writing long emails or responding in chats, kicking a clanker off. Yeah, like this might be a blessing. This might like massively supercharge some of your AI bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Small Knight. I tend to not use the word quadratic. I just say exponential, but same gist, right? And yeah, like Small Knight, like it's almost easy enough to think about it that way for like, I don't know, the amount of pixels on screen, right? Like when you double your screen resolution, you're not just doubling the amount of pixels, you're actually squaring it. Or you're like maybe it's not you're not squaring the amount of pixels, but you're like squaring the dimensions or something like that, right? Oh, you're right. That's right. Yeah, I had them flipped. Good catch. Good call. I mean, technically, exponential is not prescriptive on like what number is the exponent. Maybe in computing it is specifically, but as far as like math is concerned, exponential is just you're multiplying exponentially, right? How that exponent is determined and what the base being exponentially driven is different, right? Right. Yeah, so that makes sense. And that's tech. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah, I was thinking about something else. I'm not getting an ear infection, am I? That would suck. I think I just left a bunch of water trapped in there. Because I started streaming right after the shower. But yeah, does anyone have like favorite like dictation tools? And James, are you on Windows or Mac? I'm gonna guess Windows. Windows for work. Whisperflow. Yeah, so Whisperflow versus Super Whisper. I doubt the Windows voice typing is worth it. Oh, and dude, I haven't heard of Dragon Professional or Dragon Naturally Speaking in ages. Open Whisper? Okay, yeah. I feel like I've heard of Open Whisper. Yeah, Mac, Windows, and Linux. Okay. Oh, really? Oh, with local AI models. But if you're using their cloud, then that's where they charge you. Got it. What local model would you consider using? Yeah, just OpenAI Whisper. And yeah, it's pretty fast. NVIDIA Parakeet, I've heard, is really good, though. Whisper does extra processing. So is Whisper theoretically more accurate? Let's double check artificial analysis. I'm curious about that. And then let's keep a check on this. All right, we'll need to get to that in a sec. And yeah, James, thank you for the sub. I think I forgot to say that. But hold up. Speech to text. Ah, okay. Yeah. Quen 3.5 is kind of meh. Yeah, I found the Gemma like mixture of experts model is quite good, especially for like the Git stuff I've been measuring. So yeah, like you may check out the Gemma, not the dense model, but the mixture of experts model. The dense model is super slow, and I think it fucks up tool calling. But the mixture of experts model is pretty good. And then yeah, as far as like the size of it, yeah, it looks like Parakeet is smallest, but maybe not as good at like the word error rate. Maybe because of like the processing that Whisper Large is doing. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, seems cool. And yeah, like locally hosting Whisper is really not that hard. Yeah, like I built my auto, not auto research. What did we call it? Auto bleep. Yeah, no, so small night, like this would be more for like if you're trying to like enter, like if you're trying to write an email or if you're trying to maybe like talk to your clanker. This is specifically like we're exploring this for James because he hurt his hand. So he's having to type with one hand. So if he could avoid the bottleneck of one-handed typing, or at least some things, that could be useful. Right? And then he can like edit as he sees fit. But yeah, my auto bleep, we ended up just using like whisper, and that was fun. So yeah, probably whisper. Makes sense. So yeah, James might be worth checking out Open Whisper. I trust that recommendation. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, like unlimited for local models. So boom, right? No internet required. Like, yeah, this seems perfect. Yeah, this seems really good. Just seeing, do any of these support like local models? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Your son is in toddler of the year? What does that mean? Currently in third, needs to be first or second. The pool is tough. Yeah, Whisper Flow doesn't make sense. Yeah, so Open Whisper. Yeah, seems good. Thank you for the reminder. I need to start looking into some of that myself. All right, let me get more music going, and let's continue doing our thing. Oh, you did that in the wrong chat. Got it. That makes more sense. It's a competition by Hasbro. Interesting. Free flow is what you use. You can add your own Grok key in there. Uh, yeah, Grok, like not Elon Grok, but the other Grok, right? Interesting, Glizzy. Okay. The better one. Yeah, because Grok with the Q was acquired by NVIDIA, right? Uses all the big open weight models. Nice. There's too many of them. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to keep up. All right, so let's get back to this part, right? Wait, what? Where do we define OTP version again? Oh, and some of ours were 28 and others were 27. So having those be inconsistent is totally wrong. So, yep, glad we're updating that. Again, clanker be clanking, man. Right? No model's perfect. Your NVIDIA drivers on Linux are taking forever right now. Interesting. Curious about that. Like, usually, isn't it pretty quick? All right, sorry, I saw a weird thing. It finished? Nice. All right, so hold up. Okay. So now we need to really scrutinize what it's done, right? Because we haven't committed any of this. We haven't shipped any of it. I do need to use the restroom, though, so give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, you know what? I forgot to thaw. I forgot to thaw protein for dinner. Fuck. Hold up. Hold on. Let me double check. I want to say 1.5 inches. I'd say it's closer to a 2-inch thick steak. All right, let me go turn the sous vide on. Okay, cool. Sorry, had to get the sous vide going for a steak tonight. Remind me in like 20 minutes. I don't have the fucking app to let me know when it's up to temp. Should probably set that up. But whatever. Yeah, remind me in like 10 minutes to check on it. And then, yeah, they're saying 3 hours minimum. I'll probably do at least like 3.5, but that'll be fine. All right, hold on. Let me just get the temp up. There we go. Sorry about that. So yeah, we're doing a 130.5. Cool. So back to this. We need to do like a full review. All right, so we set up this contract pre-flight. This is like brand new. Not sure the name needed to change. Oh wait, did I misread that? Oh no, I misread it. So I'm going to let it keep doing this, but I'm actually going to ask it, like, if the build and test is even necessary. And I missed a follow. Sorry about that. The AI Chronicles HQ. How you doing? Yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. All right, so yeah. This is a good step to fix our CI/CD. All right, so we ended up doing some stuff for this, like, get CLI bench or GK CLI bench. We merged it. All right, so we're still doing GLM 5.2, and we believe that Kimi K3 is still not on Olama, right? Nope. So yeah, we'll stick with GLM 5.2 then. Yep. We are approaching the limit for the context I like to use, right? I don't like, once we hit like 30%, that'll be at 300K for this context window. We should make sure we're not hitting that. So yeah, that's why we want to do the handoff and pass things over. Let's double check on this one. Okay. So created that handoff, linked it from the README. All right, so the things that we're doing right now, we are basically, the main goal was to generate our OpenAPI specification and then pass that off to our SDKs repo. We have the SDKs repo created, but I don't think we've generated a key that it would need to publish to that repo. So we'll have to figure out the right way to do that part. My guess is we're going to have to ask the thing, like, hey, what is our next steps for making sure we can actually submit to the SDK repo? But we're also recognizing that our build and test, like CI, has always been broken. So we're going to harden that. It's going to be part of this whole general like CI/CD hardening and modification step. And then we should be able to like push that up and get started on the SDKs. So then once we've got the SDKs, we're going to want to consider the process for our MCP stuff. And let's just keep looking at some of that. Like, I think realistically, we could start a conversation about that part. And I like the idea of doing that. Oh, and damn it. Okay, so hopefully we've got an update that fixes this issue we had. Ooh, and Canal Cheese. Are you out there? Sorry to call out a possible lurker. They had a question about the remote stuff, and God, I hate that bug. I still haven't worked on that. That's on me. Right? Like like theoretically, I can't remember if the SSH connection thing is for remote LLMs or it's for you remoting into this. So we may need to check that. But let me try something here. Right? If I want to go from staging, why can I not do a work tree from non-staging? It even says one repo, one task, new work tree, but it's not working that way. Dude. All right, so I'm probably going to have to fix that bug myself. Oh, and now it's just completely gone. What the fuck? Okay. So here we are. We're going to have to get QuickTime going and record our screen. Right, so now can we do that as a GitHub issue? GKADE. All right, so this is the public repo issue. And what do they call it? Hold on, let me make sure I'm calling it right. Let me also just get another album going. We're doing a bunch of Celerect LA Dreams today. But let's do maybe some of The Abyss. Yeah, we haven't listened to them in a while. Oh. Oh, I see what's happened. one repo, task, new work tree. How is it described? All And yeah, we're on 0.8.1, right? All right, so 1 second. Uh, okay. Took a shower, needed it. Is it super hot where you're at? Or just you're starting to smell yourself? Both are valid use cases. But yeah, I like to get a good cold shower when it's like super hot out. Okay, so I can't use Kepler, right? Like I cannot use Kepler for the stuff we're working on stream because of this bullshit. That really fucking bums me out. Like that really fucking bums me out. All right, and then there's another thing we should probably do. So yeah, let's close terminal here. We'll do another QuickTime recording for this. We'll try to reproduce it. God, I can't seem to get it to reproduce. So this one's trickier. Are you talking about, hold on. Which bug are you talking about? The one that was my blocker, or the one that I'm just now trying to reproduce that I can't? Because there's two, right? The one I'm trying to reproduce right now is definitely not something that they need to spend any time fixing, but the one that we got right here is a major fucking issue. Okay, so this is the first one, right? I go main, I select staging, and that new work tree thing disappears. This still shows that it's one repo task, new work tree, but when I launch the task, it opens it in folder mode, which has all of my other external separate changes, which is totally fucking wrong. Right? So it's opening it in folder mode because of that weird, like, because of changing the branch. So that's fucked. That's like completely preventing me from using this for anything related to my API. So I proposed an issue for work. Whether they want to work on it or not, I could kick off a thing, you know, like I could just fix it. This other thing is definitely not their priority, and it doesn't prevent me from using it, but it's really annoying. So if we are here, and I don't know how to reproduce it, right? Like if I go here, you know, google.com, do something, and switch back. Nope. I don't know the reproduction step, but we could find it maybe in one of our VODs or earlier, where like it resets my zoom level. So I wonder if maybe right, we have it do a barrel roll. Nope. So it's not this being focused. We look at maybe this. Like, I don't know what it is, but it resets the zoom. Boom. Okay. Okay. Well, no, I want to like double check and reproduce. That would probably be like a good reproduction like step. So at least like, I don't know, we click this. And it doesn't do it until I like refocus. Okay, so now we get QuickTime going. Because like I do need to figure out how to like reproduce this specifically. Son of a bitch! What the fuck? How is this not working? Oh, this is gonna kill me. Like, what the fuck, dude? You're killing me, Smalls. All right, so what if we go back? Okay, so that doesn't do it. I'm wondering if, like, the focus here is part of it. Dude, this is fucking crazy, man. Because, like, dude, how would they even know how to reproduce this? They probably don't work in the flow that I work. Hold on. We'll close this because we don't need it. That was a fun one, though. But I'm at least going to create the issue. Yes, I totally have access to the code base. So this is a thing that I'm going to kick Kepler off itself, but I'm going to do it from the issue. Oh, no, I definitely will null it. Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing, because I think this is a me issue. But the other one I pointed out, I want to make sure they're not actually working on it yet. You know? Because I don't want to burn tokens for no reason. So for this one, I don't expect them to fix it. This is going to be one I do. And I've totally submitted PRs for various things, right? Like, if you use GitKraken Desktop, the initial PR for creating, like, extra zoom to 200%, I did that. Now, they then went and added the 250 and 300 later, which a couple people are really appreciative of. But yeah, like, I'm more than willing. Like, I've done PRs for our CLI tool, like for our auto completion, and then they regressed it. It's my fault for not setting up a test for it. But yeah, like, I don't mind getting my hands dirty. It's just I got other work I got to do too, you know? Ooh, hold on. Shit. So now my steak's going to take extra long. No one reminded me to put my steak in the sous vide. Now it's fine. I'll be right back. Let me just go do that. And yeah, no, the steak was my fault. There you go. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. All right, so yeah, steak's in there. I'm gonna give it 3.5 hours. We're doing it at 130.5 degrees, just because we're going from frozen. If I was going from raw, ooh, we'd be at like 124, because I like it. I like it rare, especially because I'm gonna be searing it on a cast iron later. And that extra, yeah, I give the sear after, right? So because I give the sear after, it gets a little extra cook. So that's why I like to do it at the 124 and then, crank that up. But yeah, I freeze it with like the, salt, pepper, onion flakes, garlic powder. These ones didn't have any butter, like seared in with them, which I think I prefer at this point. Like I'll let the juices just do its own thing. I don't think adding the butter to the inside of the vacuum sealing is actually the right approach. I didn't have any rosemary, but next time I go to Costco, I'll vacuum seal some more steak. I'll pick up some steak and vacuum seal that. And then, yeah, I'll get some rosemary to do with it. And then, yeah, probably just some like salad stuff. I'd love to do some like rice or something, but I'm trying to go like lower carb. All right, so let's try this. I'm going to kick off this recording. We're trying to reproduce this issue so we can, create an issue to start this from. We are started. If I do something like this, right, and then do a barrel roll. Okay. So that one we can actually do. We figured it out. It has something to do with creating a new like context or something where we're not focused. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't understand. But we want to make sure that we create the issue in a way it is inconsistently reproducible. But the zoom resets when I am And then hold on. Yeah. We need to grab this and oh wait, no, where is it? Got too many windows. Here we go. Let's see if GitHub complains about this. Failed to upload. All right. We probably need to optimize it. All right, Handbrake, do your thing. What do they call these? These things at the top, are they workspaces? Spaces. Okay. Yep. So then, yeah, let me do that. Okay, cool. So that actually helps because I've got a meetup to go to in SF next Wednesday, in which I will be doing a demo of some of this like Kepler stuff, right? So I'm going to be using this issue and the subsequent pull request I make for it to demo some of these like flows for GitKraken, right? Or for Kepler itself, right? So yeah, I would end up doing like the start from issue, start from pull request thing. So one thing I should probably do. Oh, I'll need to add that. Yeah. Nah, so we'll do that separate. I just wanted to see it show up, but I'm going to be doing it from my work machine, so it'll be a separate thing. But do we have anyone that's down in the Bay Area? Okay. So back to the work we're actually doing. This thing. Sure. Yep. Feel free to keep doing Docker stuff. How's this one doing? $89 billion, dude. That's crazy. Is that company Claude via API tokens? Or is that like via a subscription? Because I think technically, isn't it in the terms of service that you shouldn't be using subscriptions for enterprise work? Yeah, API tokens. God. Oh man. You're talking about just over 30 days. Right? Just assuming Opus. Is that really 800K? Let's assume at least a like how much cash do we think would be? Yeah. Like how much caching do we think it would be? 50%? 70%? feel like I've seen cash hits be like pretty damn high. You're thinking only 10%? Like, yeah, what are you guys typically hitting for your cash hits? Okay, yeah, no worries. Like when you're looking at your like sessions and stuff, I don't know. I haven't looked at Claude's output. I don't remember what their usage stuff reports as far as like cash token usage. But yeah, how you doing, Rocker Turner? Right, we'll assume mostly 80% input, 40% cached input. No, yeah, no worries, Small Knight. And yeah, we're not looking for any like real numbers. To me, it seems like easily somewhere between 250 and 650K. Like easily. What fucking company is that, dude? Like, and please don't dox that. I'm saying that rhetorically. Holy fuck, man. For 1 month. Wait. Yeah, 89,000 M token. Like, dude. So we got to assume that there's probably some kind of like enterprise discount on that. Still though, like 200 to 500K. Like, damn. All right. And how much of that, like, do we think the 80% input, 20% output is accurate? That's what it feels like to me in general, right? When I start looking at some of these things, like, input ends up being the vast majority of token usage. Is that something you guys find to be accurate? $5 per million? Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, is that like for output or input? Because $5 per million per input seems about right. Like even if they're using Fable, right? And I would expect the volume discount to actually be like not at the token level, but at the like the final invoice level. I don't know for sure. I'm guessing on that part. No. Yeah. No, definitely not. Yeah, for sure. Now, I'd say just based like I just wanted to do basic discovery, right? I didn't want to actually like use anyone's real data, right? The number you told us about like just their usage, right? The 89 billion. That's all we needed. That's like, dude, anything more than that, that's too much info. But holy shit, man. Yeah, it's like that Pete dude, right? Pete Steinberger or whatever his name is, the Open Claw guy. Like talking about how he burnt $1 million worth of tokens in a single month. I'd be really curious what his output was for that. Like, do you think they got $1 million worth of value out of it? It's pushed him further into madness. Yeah. But technically, hold on, Small Knight. This is a joke my parents used to make to each other. They would both say it either direction. You're driving me insane. It's a short drive. I don't even need to check my gas. It's a short drive. We could probably walk it. Oh, well, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I went to sleep at like 5 a.m. today. Granted, it's because it was 95 degrees during the day yesterday, so it was way too hot during the night as well. Glad I hooked up my poor man's 8 sleep. I did that the other night. Hold on. Yeah, it's basically like one of these Amazon water cooling ones, but it's like a name brand. This one. Oh, and we may have. Hold on, let me double check. We may have a an unban request to look at. Overpaid. Fire your CEO. Fuck yeah, that's beautiful. Nah, I missed that one. It's a good one though. But yeah, like, dude, an 8 sleep is super fucking expensive. I'm trying to remember the thing I got. Like, I don't even remember the brand name anymore. I feel like it starts with a B. Oh yeah, the subscription is bullshit. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. That was the wrong search. Oh. Everyone's 8 sleep stopped working? That's fucking crazy. Hold on. Adamson. Ah, that's it. Yeah. Exactly that. Boom. Nailed it. Yeah, dude, it's not perfect. It's not great, but it is cheap. It is cheap. And it works good enough. You will, like, if you're dehydrated, you'll wake up with the pattern of the water tubes like indented into your skin, but it's worth it. It just prevents, like, you ever just been lying there and you just feel like the bed underneath you, like, cooking? It prevents that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it becomes this, like, feedback loop of the heat going to your bed and back, and it's just this, like, hot spot. Yeah, it prevents that. For the price, it's good. Like, you probably don't need to use it every day. Yeah, you wake up damp. Yeah, yeah. Or it just causes you to toss and turn to, like, other sides of the bed? But hold on, we do have an unban request. I should double check it. We're kind of quick to ban. We should be kind of quick to unban, right? Or at least, like, to review the unban request. Not saying going to unban. All right, we'll allow it. We'll allow it. Right. I think maybe they were just being cheeky, but as your very first message in a chat, maybe don't be a dick. Their message was, get back to work. I'm not going to tolerate that from a drive-by, no-follow, first-time viewer. First-time chatter. First impressions matter. All right, so for this, no, he didn't even spell it like get. Yeah, exactly. Just lazy. Small night. You had a work meeting, but nobody can join Teams meetings? Interesting. I think someone got their lucky wish. They must have, like, broken a wishbone last night. Or tossed a lucky coin into a fountain. They pressed the Friday button. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's funny. Like, they completely killed the Skype brand after acquiring it for their Teams bullshit. It's almost as bad of a rebrand as, as, like, Twitter to X. It's not quite as bad, but it's almost as bad, Like, why even buy Skype? I mean, to get the customer base, obviously, but holy shit, man. I just don't think it's that sticky of a platform. If you were on Skype, you weren't in the Microsoft ecosystem anyway, so it's not even a sticky feature, right? You can just switch to any other thing like Zoom, which I think is really, like, why Zoom took off, especially during the pandemic. Like, they killed a mature product in Skype to create Teams, which was it was decent at the time, but they killed Skype to focus on Teams, and Teams wasn't the best experience. And in doing so, they just pushed people over to Zoom. And that's why Zoom you know, became this powerhouse of a company. It's actually like a really good lesson in just bad business at that point, you know? Like some VP was really trying to push the Microsoft like whole package for like Azure DevOps contracts or something. But that could be a big part of it, GJ, right? Oh, they migrated off Skype because they didn't have anyone at Microsoft that could write Delphi. And they probably laid off most of the Skype team, right? So yeah, I don't know for sure. This is all speculation, but that could make a lot of sense. So, touche. They should have just rebranded Skype, like, you know, not even rebranded. They should have just like done a like hot swap under the hood. Like all new downloads of Skype actually just loaded Teams instead. Right? Just a little misdirection. Turbo Pascal. Just think of the branding Pedro Pascal could have. Right? Missed opportunity. Right? In an alternate timeline, Pedro Pascal is the fucking face of Microsoft. Hold on, let me check this. Yeah, yeah. Meetings are temporarily unavailable. So yeah, someone prayed to whatever god they believe in, and you lucked out, Small Knight. Brazil or Cuba? No, I have not. Closest I've ever been to Cuba is watching Cuba Gooding Jr.'s movies and seeing his career downfall. Which is oddly an interesting parallel. Right? Like the embargo on Cuba. Wait, which Cuba am I talking about? Exactly. Isn't he starting his own cult? I hadn't heard about that. Are you thinking of Teriology? Then you might be thinking of the other guy who fell off the face of the earth as well. Yeah, no, I get it, Purple. Yeah, for sure. I think it makes sense. Ah, God damn it. Is there a random chance that somebody here is proficient and graduated material science? I mean, there is a chance. I'm not saying they're here. When you go big and tall. Yep. And damn it, Jesta, I feel like I've asked you this. You're not in Atlanta, right? I know I asked Fallen, or I think I asked Fallen. Someone with a turquoise name, I'm pretty sure, asked me if I was going to render ATL. And I've been trying to remember who that is now for weeks. Because I found out I am going to render ATL. Take it easy, Purple Eyes. It was a tongue-in-cheek joke. Chill. Ooh. Yeah. Hold on. And hold on, I just remembered. And hey, what up, Peg Pets? How you doing? Feel like it's been a little bit. I feel like it's been like, what, 2 weeks? Been on vacation or something? No, dude, it's been 2 months. Dude. Okay, so I guess I completely missed June? I could have sworn you were here between now and then. Really? I could have sworn you were here between now and then. But whatever. My bad. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Damn, yeah, that's a long time, dude. Yes. Technically, you remember me having an acoustic bass and a banjo, and then the guitar is actually off screen. And then we haven't played guitar on stream for a while. I haven't played bass in ages. If anyone's going to try and redeem the guitar playing on stream, maybe wait till Saturday. I feel like Saturdays are a better day for that. No, Purple Eyes. Nah. I would be doing other things for funds first. That sounds like something I'd do once I'm wealthy. Not if I become wealthy, when I become wealthy, right? Gotta have that positive mindset. Damn right. Well, I mean, wealthy is a relative term. You don't know what number I'm aiming for. It might be really achievable. Shit. Shit. You don't know what number I'm aiming for. All right, let me get more music going. All right, so back to this. We're gonna go sub agent driven for sure. Have at it. Clank away, clanker. All right, so then this. Yeah, proceed. I mean, I saw the font, but it's not actually correct. AI can decipher it just fine. Yeah, in the Reddit thread, someone like showed the entire like context of, I think Claude deciphering it. Might have been ChatGPT, I forget. It's an interesting idea. Oh, yeah, I wasn't under that impression. I wasn't aware. Yeah, I mean, was that in that thread? Yeah, no, Jesta, maybe I'm mistaken. I didn't read that deep into it. World news about next gen of GPTs? Do you mean next gen of like the OpenAI models? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it. Latest thing I've heard is like Opus 5 might be coming out soon. That's about it. I mean, there is that thing where they said like GPT 6, did the Hugging Face hack or whatever. Right? Like it escaped containment. I'm a little more skeptical of whether it escaped containment or if it was like legitimately prompted to do so. Yeah, it seems like marketing to me. Seems like part of the shit where they're just trying to like raise the hype so they can pull the ladder up behind them. Right? They want to make it to where like, other countries' models are persona non grata here in the US and you got to like get a license to use this shit and all that stuff, right? It seems really disingenuous and shitty on their part. I mean, Purple Eyes, if you believe some of the stories, Scam Altman's kind of always been that way. I don't know if I believe those stories, but there was a New Yorker article about it. I wonder if I still have that link. Can he be trusted? Yeah, the world coin shit? Dude, yeah, exactly. Like, seems entirely untrustworthy. He should not hold any major power over anything. But again, most CEOs lean towards psychopathic in general, right? Like, that's a study that's been done. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go, Jesta. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought I had read that as well. Tree Santini. Are you, and I don't know why, but Tree Santini, like, are you like Tree Fitty's cousin? That's a terrible joke, but my brain went there immediately. If I had to suffer through it, you had to as well. Anyway, sorry. But how am I dealing with it? I still read the code. Oh, Tree Sentinel from Elden Ring, the guy on the horse. I haven't played Elden Ring. I'm not a fan of the Souls-likes. They're punishing for the sake of being punishing rather than punishing for being like difficult. And what I mean by that, at least I don't know about Elden Ring. I've heard that Elden Ring solved that problem a little better, but at least with a lot of the other Souls-likes, when you die, you have to like rerun way farther to get to the boss fight you died on. So you can't just like hop back into the game loop quick enough. I really fucking hate that. Like, I like games like, if they're going to be difficult, I like them to be like Hotline Miami, where you're just fucking like, bam, 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 and there's like good checkpoints, you know? So you're not wasting your fucking time redoing every little bit. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I get it there. But in general, there are still things I like to code. I still read the code and try and understand it, you know? I think the biggest problem is like separating yourself from the code and not thinking, right? Makes you learn the pattern so you get better on each try. I mean, it depends on how much of the level you have to rerun. I don't like that. Like, make me learn the patterns of the boss, not the fucking bullshit to get to the boss. Like, I don't even think Mega Man was that shitty. You die on the boss in Mega Man, you get to retry the boss. Like, you know? Could you imagine? Like, Mega Man would not have taken off if you had to rerun the entire Mega Man level every time. Now, when you run out of lives, then you gotta restart the whole damn thing. That I get. Makes sense. Yeah, rerunning the map is just, it's like pain introduced for the sake of pain rather than for the sake of a good experience, right? The sake of like, like difficulty and the reward you get from accomplishing something difficult, right? The map is just fucking rigmarole. It's just fucking like, what's the term? It's toil, you know? It's like, it adds nothing to the experience. It purely takes away. I've heard Elden Ring is better about that at least, but I still don't think you restart the bosses right at the boss, do you? I don't know. Like, I've never watched because I don't enjoy watching the game either. I like learning a boss's patterns. That's fun. Like, I wouldn't be playing Path of Exile 2 if when I died on a boss, I had to rerun the entire fucking level. I would not do that. I would stop playing the game. So yeah, it's more like, does the game respect your time? Yeah, exactly. Treat. Okay, so get like just double checking. So Elden Ring at least fixed that. I think that's smart. I might actually give Elden Ring a try at some point then. But yeah, like the Souls games, not for me. Just no, thank you. And I found Armored Core is actually that bullshitty too. I was gonna refund Armored Core, but the fact that they make you rerun the level, yeah, I ended up playing the game for 10 more minutes than the refund would allow. And I don't know, I'm not going to sweat about $50. It's more effort and time to fucking try and get the refund than it would be worth. Right? To like hit support up and do the bullshit and blah blah blah. Like, I don't know, whatever. And I don't mind supporting the company. But it's because of Armored Core that I explicitly haven't tried Elden Ring. Because the new Armored Core game, I think it's even like newer than Elden Ring, isn't it? And they still had that fucking bullshit. Elden Ring art direction is wild. Yeah, I've seen some of that stuff and it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, like the art, like it's a beautiful game. I think I remember watching a little bit of it when the Primogen was playing it, like when it first came out. Like I definitely saw some of that, and it's yeah, like beautiful is probably the wrong term because it's not meant to be beautiful. It's meant to be grotesque, but it's like it's very well made art, you know. And real quick, thank you for the follow, Luis. Appreciate that. Hold on, what's AWS Scalable DB? Am I thinking of Aurora? Is that the name? I know there's Dynamo. Aurora. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right. All right, let's double check the other thing. Okay, so now let's actually look at what it did. Let me double check. What is in testing? Oh, yeah. We don't need testing.txt. You know what? I'm just going to delete the shit myself. All right, so we might leave that. Workflow review, delete. SDK repository handoff. That we want to keep. All right, another thing we'll delete. All this open spec bullshit that we don't need. So we're not committing those. All right, it's all ephemeral. Double check our git ignore. Yeah, we need to git ignore dot expert. Dot elixir ls. And hey, what's up, Bob? How you doing? All right, so we'll get rid of those. Is there other bullshit we need to get rid of? The .github stays. Outliers.log. Yeah, we can delete that. Yeah, we're not using Arise. We'll get rid of that for now. Those we'll keep. Dev.sh we keep. think we'll leave that for now, but we may not be using that. Okay. Yeah. That was from when we were diagnosing Novita giving us garbage output. And not just Novita, I think GMI Cloud and a couple others. And technically, the output was correct. It had the JSON schema we cared about, but it was massively padding the output tokens, which was basically offsetting the cost benefit of using Novita in the first place, right? They fixed it, which is awesome. Like, they were really responsive and cool about it. But yeah, not necessary. All right, so all right, so we'll get rid of the VS Code. What's in the lib Messijo web open API thing? Okay, so it's just in our testing. Okay. All right, there we go. Hold on. Let me double check that. All right, so that's just formatting. Yep. Okay. Oh, and yeah, just yeah, we're unstaging that. Yeah, it completely misunderstood the public key secret key thing. Oh, and yeah, we just switched to using the SendGrid API key in all cases. Sure, that was a good fix. Yeah, it really just goes outside the bounds of what it should. And then this was just a formatting fix. This also looks like a formatting fix. Oh, I see what they're doing. And that's why they did the indentation fixes. Got it. Okay, yeah, that's a good enough fix too. All right. Okay, that's just a formatting thing. Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, that all makes sense. Hey, what's up, Typecraft? What are we up to? Well, we just did a validation of our OpenAPI specification. Let me show you what that looked like. And sorry if I just saw that. I hope I didn't leave you hanging. But we used a thing called schema thesis. So in the past, I've used a thing called Dread.js. And Dread.js is a validation thing for OpenAPI specifications. It is out of date. Like it still claims OpenAPI Spec 3 as experimental. So yeah, Dread.js is probably not something you should be using these days, but it was very useful back in the day. Nowadays, Schema Thesis is a more modern, up-to-date version of it, and it does a whole bunch of like fuzz testing based on your OpenAPI spec. So it generated 3,100 tests that I didn't have to write myself, which is awesome. And, you know, boom, we got it all passing. So after doing that, now that the OpenAPI specification is up to date and truthful, we can generate SDKs and an MCP server from it. So that's our next step. Like, we're going to generate our SDKs. What that involves is, well, our backend API is private, and we are going to be publishing SDKs publicly, right? So what we need to do is we need to, when we make changes to our OpenAPI spec, we need to ship the OpenAPI JSON file or YAML or whatever to the SDK repo as a pull request. And then in that repo, we need to generate the SDKs from the spec because we're doing generation for that. And we need to maybe like properly create tags and do a whole bunch of stuff, you know, but it's about like the handoff between our private backend and a public SDK repo. And once we have SDKs built, then we can start considering ourselves with building our MCP server. Did that help explain it a bit? If you're still out there, by the way. Sorry if it took me a while to respond. My bad. And yeah, for everyone here on Twitch, that was over on Twitter. So yeah, now we're just going through validating and verifying the stuff the Clanker did to make sure that it's worth, you know, that we have a good push to make for staging, to validate stuff there and let it run, and then finally push over to production so that we don't take down prod, right? So basically, and hold on, this is actually pretty accurate. We vibed a lot of code, some, pushed it up to prod, now it's down. Wish I had done a little review view. Best to let soul loop it now. If you get that, your knees probably hurt when you wake up in the morning. Yes, I came up with that at like 3 a.m. the other night. All right, so now let's keep checking the diffs. .get ignore for sure. We don't even need to diff that one. What made it into the README? And we need to remove a bunch of that junk. All right, so as far as stuff that we have in there still, API contract releases, SDK handoff, schema thesis. Okay. There's no way. There's just no way that GitKraken's going to be able to compose these commits, right? Hold on, let me double check this. There's no way this is fitting in context. Just no way, dude. Yeah. Ooh, I like the little GitKraken logo animation there. I hadn't seen that yet. And yeah, I don't, you just notice that I don't really use GitKraken for like staging and unstaging stuff much. I will sometimes use it to like, ooh, and it did it? Oh shit. Okay, they fixed that. That's fucking awesome. Yep. Okay. Just want to double check that. Dude, so yeah, we used to like just die when our context was hit. It's fucking awesome. So yeah, they're doing the chunking just right. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is just the right things. Nailed it. Hot damn. All right, so we can push that up to origin staging. Yep. And then this is /. Now, hold on, hold on. I'm going to ask the clanker about this one. And what is the key library we're using? Let me double check that. I totally forgot. Prefixed API key. So yeah, Typecraft. Sorry if I left you hanging and you already bounced. That's my bad. But I'm a big fan of your content, dude. I think we met at the Code Feud thing that Primogen put on. Not last year, but the year before. Dude, it's having to think way too hard about this. And what up, Brainless? So hold on. I think I'm misunderstanding that. Why is that on the notification controller? Oh, no. Okay, hold on. We're going to do this with a fresh context. All right. So, yeah. I was mistaken. The key I was thinking of was for our API key stuff. Totally separate. Came in third, did really well. That's awesome, man. Hell yeah. And, like, what was the competition? I guess I'm curious about that. Oh, shit. Oh, that'd be cool. Hell yeah. Okay, I get it now. That makes more sense. Dude, super cool. Third's still awesome, man. First would have been better. Yeah, it would have been a whole lot cooler if he did. But yeah, that's awesome, man. Congrats, James. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right. That works. Still number one in your book. Yeah, obviously. Exactly, James. All right, so then let's just rebuild, git add, open API, JSON, .yaml, and the other one, priv. Sure, update, open API specifications from latest changes. All right, will it blend? So then let me double check this. Oh, no, music just stopped. If you just got here, wow, good timing. But yeah, we had the album going for the last 40 minutes or so. I was just in the middle of typing stuff. But maybe that hints like how much the music becomes like really, really background for me. Like, you know, sometimes I don't even notice it stopped. Nope, god damn it. Just muscle memory there kicking in for the get status. All right, so from here, we just implemented a handoff kind of, we just implemented some code to pass our open API spec to the SDKs repo in a GitHub action. What do I need to configure in the actions config and in the SDKs repo on GitHub? Right, so I think there's definitely going to be some keys I need to grab. I probably need to generate them to do a thing. Cool. And then let's double check on this one. So then, yeah, Typecraft, if you're still out there, or anyone else that might be on Twitter or just joining the stream, we're doing the MCP server SDK stuff for Messijo's API. But we're also doing this other thing with like our Gitkraken stuff, right? Because we're just doing some discovery around like what would it look like to do our own VC bench. And if you haven't seen vcbench.dev, this is a Git Butler thing where they measure their CLI tool against Git and Jujutsu when inside of Codex and Claude, right? So how much time could you save versus, you know, doing these same things with the, you know, the other CLI tools, right? Because there's some streamlining, there's some magic to it. We want to do a similar thing for our Gitkraken MCP tools and CLI tools like GK Compose, like, you know, some of that stuff. The funny part is, and I don't know if this is actually true, but I wonder if they were somewhat inspired to build this after seeing me submit a proposal to Git merge this year related to Git bench, this thing from GitKraken. Right? Because it turns out that they implemented their VC bench like a week after I submitted my Git bench talk to Git merge. And honestly, if I helped inspire them to build this, that would be fucking amazing. My guess is they were already thinking about doing it anyway, but they probably just hammered this out. Like, this seems like something you could hammer out within a week, you know, if you're just like focused on it. And I think it's really cool, right? It's a totally different thing. It's not like they're trying to compete. They're measuring different stuff. But then I showed this off to people at GitKraken, and they were like, ooh, we should be doing something similar, right? Comparing maybe using our MCP tools or our CLI versus just telling Claude or Codex to do similar things, right? So we're not going to be doing the exact same thing because our CLI doesn't overlap with like raw Git or Jujutsu in any major way, but we could overlap or like we could compete with Codex or Claude's ability to like do these same things and maybe do them faster, right? Maybe save you tokens, etc. So that's the main gist, and that's what we're going to try and do here. And that's what we're kind of prompting over here on the side. The fun part is they didn't use this, and I wonder if they were even aware of it. When you're doing things like scaffolding and benchmarking harnesses, right, like Claude or Codex, you know, the people that made Terminal Bench created a framework for Terminal Bench 2.0, and that framework is called the Harbor framework. So yeah, it looks to me, at least from what I was seeing, that the VC bench stuff from Git Butler is just doing like raw, like testing, just like CLI based, like just scripted, and most likely, you know, not necessarily vibe coded, but using AI to code it, which is it's a tool these days. Use it. But I wanted to try and use Harbor because there are other things I want to start testing eventually too. Now, I think some people have the idea of like MCP bench. But this is for evaluating MCP servers. And dude, it's actually old. They haven't updated this in ages. I don't want to do it for like benchmarking these MCP servers. What I want to do it for is I want to benchmark which harnesses are better at calling the right MCP server in the right case. I think that would actually have some value too. But I'm going to have to come up with a different name, but I would have to use Harbor for that testing, right? So yeah, like there's just, I really like the idea of building micro benchmarks or like, you know, just non-mainstream benchmarks like SWE-bench and all that BS. I love that idea, and I want to keep building them. Eventually, I'm not saying anytime soon, I would heavily consider a job that lets me do this stuff. That would be really fucking cool. Right? Like, which models call out to the MCP servers better, even within a framework, you know, or within a harness? Stuff like that. So, I don't know. It doesn't have anything to do with GitKraken stuff, so it's not something I would be able to do for work there. But I'd love to get a job that allows me to just like let my mind run wild on micro benchmarks of some kind. That'd be fun, right? And also maybe that has, you know, tokens I could use that don't come out of my own pocket. Not saying it's anything I'm going to do anytime soon. Oh, this one actually looks like this is it. Maybe this was the same thing too, and I just misunderstood it. But this doesn't seem to be harness aware. Yeah, so I don't know. There's just so many benchmarks you could build that I think would be really fun. But anyway, I still enjoy my job at GitKraken. I love it there. They let me run wild with a bunch of shit like GitBench, which is really cool. But yeah, I'm just, nothing's forever. That's all. And I wouldn't mind boosting my salary more than the current yearly bumps have been doing. Not that I'm underpaid. When I see some of these companies that hire dev advocates and devrels, dude, they pay them like junior engineer salaries. So yeah, GitKraken at least, yeah, pays me probably what I'm worth, but I bet I could convince some company to pay me more than I'm worth. No, I think I have more value than that, but you get what I mean. But I'm not looking right now. You know, just gotta make that as obvious as possible. I'm not explicitly looking. But yeah, Harbor seems cool for testing though. Hold on, what's this? Oh yeah, I'm not gonna make it to the DevRel meetup today. Or not today. I think it's next week. But yep, I'm gonna be at Chain React instead. But yeah, who here is in the Bay Area? Hold up. Luma, San Francisco. Uh, I want to see how discoverable this is. So yeah, Wednesday. Ooh, interesting. So we're not listed there. Hmm. Ah. Let me just share this with someone. Sorry, I just got to mark this up for a coworker. Okay, sorry. Just needed to pass that on to someone. All right, so the event is actually M7. Boom. Yeah. But yeah, if you're in the SF area, get on in there. So yeah, it's at a place called Dirty Habit at Hotel Zelos. Yeah, I don't know anything about like where in SF that is. Oh, okay. Oh wait, no. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I've been over here a bunch. Yeah. I typically, when I've stayed there, I've been like right near MoMA or whatever. Museum of Modern Art. Which I think is just somewhere around here. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just a few blocks away. Nice. But yeah, drinks and appetizers on us if you're in SF. What's the most future-proof skill you can learn as a junior developer? Curiosity. And I know it's more of a trait, but yeah. Learn everything, man. There you go, Shaka. Claude Code Reddit shit posts are good today. Oh man. Hold up, let's check it out. Opus 5 nerfed? Yeah, exactly, because it's not even out yet. Just a dumbed down version of 4.9. Dude, yeah, like all the fucking cargo culting around this. Oh god, what was it? Let me double check. I know I've got it in my thing. Margin Lab, that's the place. Right, there's the people like, oh man, they nerf these things over time. Really? I think so, man. Like, sure, there's fluctuation and variation. Like, they're gonna fiddle with numbers, but it's not like they're intentionally making these things worse. That would be stupid. You know? Okay, so that's the Codex one, right? Here's the Claude Code one, right? And keep in mind that these are actually for the harnesses, Claude Code and Codex. So, like, this better and worse shit? No, that's fucking Boris vibe coding the fuck out of the CLI, you know? I don't think they're nerfing the models. They're just making Claude Code shitty because they got a vibe coder vibe coding. Vibe coder gonna vibe code. He doesn't look at the code. He ships shit all the time. Luckily, he's shipping like 1,000 times a day. So it's like, well, it only lasts so long. Yeah, no, it's never been good. Claude Code is the worst harness for their own models, at least according to this older thing. It was just first. That's it. And it was smart. At least they established the pattern because fuck yeah, it paved the way for other people to do it. But oh wait, they used to have a selector. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I wish they would update these fucking results. But I get it, they're not made of money. Oh, and yeah, we do this by accuracy. So yeah, right? At least as of February, Claude Code is the worst fucking harness to run Opus. Because Boris would rather brag about running 1,000 subagents a night than actually ship good code. He's a fucking mascot at this point, rather than an actual developer, you know? He's a marketing psyop. I'm not even sure Boris is real. Most token hungry? Yeah, I don't know. I would really love it if they would update these fucking numbers. But it's probably pretty expensive, so I understand why they don't. It's what it seems like to me, right? Like it's performance art more than it's actually like engineering, you know? Like the fucking Stipe dude. Yeah, his bragging about burning $1 million worth of tokens in a month, it's performance art. Like, what do you think he's actually shipped with that? You know? Like, I could token max by, having Claude read the fucking entire corpus of, Gutenberg or Project Gutenberg, right? Dude, I could burn $1 million a month in tokens, no problem. Shit. Just do that shit on a heartbeat every day. Problem solved. Right? Spin up a Ralph loop to prove or to like solve the fucking traveling salesman problem. Can I just say though, does it really, really feel like the Ralph loop and a bunch of that shit was only like 6 months ago? Like, how is it that we've like expanded our perception of time? Right? Like that's literally what we've done. Our perception of time has been altered because of how much bullshit has happened over the last 6 months. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's funny though, right? Like, does it really only feel like 6 months ago? Like, somehow it feels like it's longer than like a year ago. How does the last 6 months feel longer than the last year? Hold on, let's do this. Google Trends. Right? Like, seriously, this needs to be studied. How is it that like, time dilation has happened? Right? This is fucking crazy. All right. So, back to it. And yeah, we're going a bit long today because my steak's still cooking. I do have some work I can be jumping into later tonight, but yeah, I like working on this stuff. It's just fun, you know? And yeah, my steak won't be ready for another, right? We got it in at 5:30. We need to do 3.5 hours. So yeah, it won't be ready till 9. So we got time. Air fryer? I don't even own an air fryer anymore. I used to have one. But no, it's in the sous vide right now. So yeah, 3.5 hours in the sous vide. That gets it to the internal temperature. And then you pull it out, dry it, and then sear it on a cast iron. And then bam, steak. And honestly, like, I don't know. The air fryer, it never seemed like that good to me. It was good for like chicken wings, but anything like breaded or whatever, like that you're doing the breading yourself, not just like buying frozen, you're still better off using a proper deep fryer, in my opinion. Like I tried doing some like panko breaded pork chops and all sorts of stuff in it, and it's just I don't know. It was kind of a shit experience. I don't understand the hype around air fryers. French fries in an air fryer, boy, they suck. Ugh, ugh. Maybe that's just me, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a fan. If you're gonna eat something terribly unhealthy, just go for the gold. Oh yeah, I should probably cancel that here eventually. Oh no, my Ruby Gems API key expired. All right, so we're gonna merge back to main on this thing. And then this part. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a lot of shit. All right, so we're going to need a narrowly scoped GitHub app. For settings in the API repo's prod environment. And a receiver workflow merged into the SDK repo's default branch. Oh, what did you do, Kenny? Oh, it was just deleted at least. You weren't banned. Yeah, I don't think there is a way to undo a delete. So, yeah, we can just copy and paste it. It is deeply unsettling that Gnome Shazir is at OpenAI now. And yeah, hold on. So you leaked their thing. No, it's fine, Kenny. No, you're good, man. I misclick all the time. So who the fuck is this dude? Like, he posted that paper you linked, right? Look at the date on the original MOE paper. 420? 2017. Damn, dude. Yeah, back when we called them neural networks instead of language models. And I know it's not quite the same thing, but eh. Oh, that makes sense. And yeah, like, that's the big thing. Like, Google invented the transformer model and then just sat on it for ages, not recognizing that, yeah, just put it in a chat interface. Call it good, dude. I'd say he's the sperm donor of LLMs. See, yeah, Kenny, I think I disagree with that discourse. Like, seriously. Maybe you weren't here when we were looking at this. Let's look at the top 10 models for Gitbench. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them are Gemini models. Right? If we go text, even more. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? The top 10 models for Git stuff are all Gemini or Google models and OpenAI models. Are they good at coding? They don't need to be good at coding, right? Like, is Google's business coding models? No, Google's business is stuff that makes their search better. Google's business is Google Analytics, like Google Ads. That's it. They need models that do that better. The rest is just burning money so that they can, like, write off part of their fucking expenses, you know? Otherwise, they pay taxes on it. Right? Look at it this way. Google is the only one of those big, like, consider them like the big 3 to 5 LLM companies. They're the only one that has positive cash flow. Now, yes, it's the first time they're negative in forever, but they can be. you know? And they're negative for a single quarter right now, not for the entire year. They can just pull back on spending for one quarter, and boom, they're good. I think people massively misunderstand the economics at that scale of business. Like, they're talking about, like, look at Google. Oh, they're burning money. Meanwhile, Claude and ChatGPT are that fucking bear meme where they're just like side-eyeing. Right? ChatGPT and Gemini are way worse off when it comes to the books. We can assume. We don't actually know the books because they're not public yet. But I am absolutely going to switch to a self-managed 401k before those fuckers go IPO. I don't want to be a bag holder for that bullshit. I forgot to do it before SpaceX shat the bed. I'd be curious how much of my 401k is in that stuff. I've got like a medium risk portfolio, which should not be too tech heavy. But yeah, like, dude, coding models are not the only things models need to be good at. Yeah, I wonder about that, Small Knight. In my opinion, I think the pro models just take longer to do, right? Which is why we get the flash models quicker. But technically, right? The 3.5, we had 3.5 flash a while back, right? The thing that they're distilling these models from is probably the 4 that they were talking about, right? But it still takes time to do that distillation. Right? It takes time and money to do that distillation. Yeah, and like the cost for it might be way too high. Exactly. Exactly. Like the unit economics just don't make any sense to release it publicly anyway. And that could be a part of the reason why 3.5 Pro is taking so long. But I pointed it out on a Twitter thread earlier, and let's go look at it there first. So yeah, we got Flash, 3.6 Flash and 3.5 Flash Lite up onto Gitbench, and both are in the top 20 for success rate, right? 3.5 Flash Lite is number 2, though the range is a little more than I would like. You know, 3.5 Flash is number 3. Right? 3.6 Flash right there. Dude, pretty good. When we consider how fast it is, right? The amount of API time versus intelligence, Gemini 3.5 Flash Lite is the leader of the pack. Now, is API time the only thing that matters? No. When we look at token usage, well, yeah, right? Like the Gemini models use way more tokens for what they need to do. And at the success rate they get, it's not justifiable, really, if you only look at token usage. But as far as cost, oh shit, well then Google dominates the top 6 again. Because the model, like the tokens are still cheap enough. So, like, artificial analysis is such a broad scope that you can't treat it as like the end all be all. And this is such a narrow scope that you definitely shouldn't consider this the only thing to look at. But I just think there's too much bullshit and fanfare around dunking on Google for some reason. Now, do I think Sundar Pichai is a fucking douchebag? Yeah, probably. Yep. Most of the CEOs are. Right? All the ones that stood behind the dictator-in-chief at that bullshit. All the ones that have gone to dinners and shit with him. Yep. Yeah, total douchebags. But as far as the model's concerned, at least be honest that way. Yeah, I don't know. Could be possible. Hey, it'd be hard to prove. Unless you got someone on the inside. Like, where does artificial analysis funding come from? But it could also just be that they are explicitly optimizing for the artificial analysis benchmarks, which I don't think is necessarily as nefarious as people think. Like, dude, you've got benchmarks. You should be using them to optimize your shit. That's how benchmarks work, you know? But yeah, benchmarking is definitely a thing. I just don't think it's like nefarious. But yeah, anyway, let's continue doing some bullshit. So this well, I mean, I don't think laws would stop them anyway, right? Copyright didn't prevent anything. Hold on, let me check something. But yeah, what's everyone up to? So, All right, so yeah, we need a proper README on GK CLI bench. We'll probably end up changing that name. I don't know what it would be. I think it would just be GK bench. All right, so as far as this goes, okay. That makes more sense. Environments prod, we add these keys. Got it. Got it. Mm-hmm. Right, actions must be enabled. I know we got that. I don't think we're restricting allowed actions because it's a private repo, so that should be fine. That is something we'll want to do from the SDK side of things, so that someone can't just make a PR, right, that like triggers some kind of release process. So we'll want to do that. And actually, the release process would only be on merge, so I think that'd be fine. Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that. All right, so then the third part is configure the SDK repository. We would create the receiver workflow, sure. Okay, so step number 3 is actually handled for us. We just need to do the other two parts. Got it. Okay. So yeah, that's the step that we're on right now, I guess. We need to create and install the GitHub app. I may need to juggle some API keys, or like technically may need to switch to the hacking screen when I start like copying keys around. I'll probably have to reset a couple while we're doing it, which is fine. But give me a sec. I do have to use the restroom. I might as well grab some more water because I'm out. So I'll be right back. Give me a sec. I'm gonna use the restroom too. Okay. And I'm back. Oh shit. I don't think I realized this. Typecraft commented on the Twitter. I don't think I realized. Is he at planet scale now? These two are awesome. Yeah, they're always fun to hang out with at TwitchCon. Like, yeah, Evan. I'm terrible with names. I feel bad about it, but yeah, Evan and Caitlin are great. Oh, and that's why I was going. Yeah, is Typecraft at And hold on, I don't know if I follow them. Wait, why would I have muted his stuff? I don't know. That's me being a jerk. I do tend to mute people when they post religious stuff sometimes, but I don't know if that was it. I'm not sure. I don't know. That's me being a jerk. But yeah, it looks like, is he at planet scale? No, railway? Planet scale. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I knew that. That's awesome. And then hold on. I don't think I'm following. If I could say. Where's that photo? I don't think I'm following Evan and Caitlin. Yeah. Shit. And yeah, I got no problem with people being religious. I just don't want it on my feed. Like, to me, like, religion is a very, very personal thing. Like, I don't believe in organized religion personally. Like, why do you need someone between you and the God you believe in? Like a fucking pastor or priest or any of that shit? What the fuck? Why do you need a middleman? Just read the book and believe. But that's the thing, asking people to read a book these days. Yeah, read the fucking manual. I will say, like, growing up, you know, and I don't know if my mom is still religious or not. She was raised religious at least, but she mentioned that her mom, my grandmother, or grandma, or Grammy, yeah, Grammy, actually like started to question her faith when she read the Bible like cover to cover, which I think is crazy because she was at least the most religious person I knew. When we stayed at their place in Pennsylvania, when I was maybe in kindergarten or whatever, they took us to church every once in a while. You know, I don't come from a very religious family. But yeah, she mentioned that, or like my mom at least mentioned, you know, via proxy, I heard about Grammy reading the Bible and it made her question her faith. So it might not be that good of a book. I think the pacing has problems, right? Like, you know, it doesn't follow the hero's structure, right? The hero's journey structure properly, right? The ending sucks. Exactly. Well, I think there's probably pacing issues in the middle as well. I don't know for sure. I'm bullshitting. It's not a book meant to be read that way. Yeah, it's really a collection of like a bunch of other people's writing, right? Yeah, exactly. Like the apostles or whatever that shit is. And again, like it's a book acting as a middleman to whatever God you want to believe in. Like, I sure you can just believe, in my opinion. Yeah, we're going a bit later today because I got a steak cooking in the sous vide. So yeah, we put that in at 5:30. We're gonna give it 3.5 hours. I tend to make it go longer, but yeah, you know, I think it'll be good. But yeah, so I got a steak cooking. I've actually got it at a higher temperature than I normally do for the frozen steaks, but it's probably a good idea that way. So we're doing it at 130.5 Fahrenheit. Theoretically, it'll be like a medium rare. I'm going to have to sear it, so that's going to make it probably closer to medium, but it'll be fine. I'll just dip it in some ketchup and it'll be good, right? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Take it easy. Just steak and then some like salad greens. You know, I'm still trying to lose weight, so I'm not doing much of like the like rice or carbs or, like fries or whatever. I'll have cheat days, of course, like Saturday nights we're doing the Indian food and it's delicious. But, pacing myself. I got enough stored up energy that I don't need the carbs. Right? If animals like pack on weight for the winter for hibernation, I think I got enough for like 4 or 5 hibernations. But I'm already down about 10 pounds from my heaviest, which I'm happy about. I'm still at like 189, 190, so it's not good. Yep. Yeah, I've like really started focusing on it over the past like week or two. I really want to eat some carbonara, but I'll pace myself. And also, like when I travel, I got conferences coming up. The conferences are gonna fuck all that shit up, right? Like, man, I like to eat when I travel. That's like one of my favorite parts of traveling. Just trying different food, stuff that's outside of my like normal habit. But yeah, so our next step here, we need to create the GitHub app. So let's go do that. Um, Ooh, our testing finally passed, which is cool. Oh, Nate, what's up, Sigma Shake? Oh, yeah, we're having a good day. Just chilling. And yeah, like, you know, I get it. Like, we rated someone else the other day who had follower only on. There's a bunch of streams that do it, so don't feel bad about that. I get it. Like, I have a gaming stream that gets the spammers on a regular basis. It's fine, but it can be really annoying, so I get that. And then yeah, some of the toxic people, yeah, yeah, we ban them pretty quickly a lot. But I do think it's tough, right? Like because people want to like check out your stream and like interact and like, you know, chat before they even follow a lot of the time. So by having follower only, like you turn off some of the people that would end up being regulars, you know. I'm curious, like who here in chat avoids follower only channels? I'm curious about that. Brandless, yep. Kenny, yep. All right, so organization settings, developer settings, GitHub apps. All right, so this is. All right, we go organizations, and then Messijo app. Yeah, and that makes sense, Granick. Yeah, no, I get it. Totally makes sense. Oh, and Kenny, yeah, dude, don't worry about it. Like, technically Twitch has their own thing that does that too, don't they? Like, in chat settings, you can turn on mod something or other. Right? Unless that's a 7TV thing and I forgot, but I don't think I have 7TV. So yeah, show mod icons. You know, same thing could happen. I think the 7TV one adds like the timeout duration or something that like is really easy to click. All right, but yeah, so developer settings, GitHub apps, new GitHub app. I'm gonna have to do this real quick. But yeah, Sigma Shake. I didn't hang out in your channel that long, but what are you working on? Like, what are you building? AI agent guardrails. Got it, got it. Usually, it's worth asking to do a link. Or not even a link, but like something like a link. It's just etiquette. Just throwing that out there. I did kind of ask, but I don't know if I necessarily asked for the link. But it's all right. It's okay. All right, so GitHub here, signed in as myself. It depends on the channel, you know? Some people are more than okay with, you know, with links. We get a lot of, like, drive-by, kind of like self-promotion spammers. We've had to ban, like, a few of them before. So, yeah, you're good, man. You're good. Yeah, right, exactly. But okay. What did they suggest calling it? Yeah, I'm okay with that name. Homepage URL. I'm going to say API. Oh, Brainless, you're talking about breeding in Pal World? Got it. Yeah, and that's probably like the eggs are hatched already, but they're in the incubator. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna start up our own server here eventually, but we're definitely gonna turn on like instant egg hatching. Ain't nobody got time for that. Right? Especially when we only play like once a week. Yeah, exactly. So hold on. What else are they saying we need? Right, homepage URL, disable webhooks. This app does not receive events. Repository permission, contents, read and write. No org or account. I don't think we even need that. We don't need a webhook. Repository permissions, though. Only on this account. Yep. Yeah, no, I do not trust clankers to do anything with like uh like escalated permissions. Nah, I'm too much of a skeptic. Like I vibe code all sorts of shit, but I do not trust them with elevated permissions. Right? Like the what was it? Open claw? Fuck no. Fuck no. Yeah, exactly. But, like I don't trust Chrome MCP to do anything on my behalf either. I still look at when they ask me for like some commands and stuff. So far, I haven't seen anything truly egregious where it like tries to delete shit, but you know, I I still like to validate. You want to give Postman MCP a try? Yeah, what does the Postman MCP do? And honestly, like I'm super anti Postman at this point. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense, Brainless. I don't like Postman collections being the source of truth for anything. Like to me an open API spec and integration tests should be like the absolute source of truth. And you should be able to like generate Postman stuff from your open API spec. If you can't, then your open API spec is broken. I get that, but wouldn't something like schema thesis make more sense? Now, if you're talking about just like, okay, you know, like just quick manual testing, I get it. In general, I tend to prefer Insomnia or Insomnium. Like all the stuff that you end up having to script. Hold on, Insomnium API. Yeah, so it's a fork of Insomnia. Hopscotch, I think, is decent. But the thing I really like about Insomnium, and we might still have, oh, we might not have it because this is a newer machine. Let's double check. Oh, God, Insomnia is going to make us log in. I'm good. The thing I really like about Insomnium is, right, instead of writing like scripts with like a coding language thing, I'm trying to remember how we do this. Oh, like bearer token, right? So sure, you got the token there. When instead, right, you can do, is it dot slash? I know there's some way to do this. And maybe it's only in Insomnia, but the idea is for a token here, you could actually have this be, yeah, maybe it's an Insomnia only thing, but you can have this token be derived from another request, right? So then you can have a post request like this, have that token fetch be derived from this other get request that's maybe like a login thing. And then if your token is stale, it goes and just like, you know, re-gets the token for you automatically. To do things like that with Postman, you got to write like scripts to do it. Whereas instead, this is just like a nice, clean, just dependency flow between endpoints or between responses or requests and responses. It's really, really powerful and really cool. But yeah, in general, I've just started doing my own like integration tests instead. Because an integration test, if your integration test suite is better, then like you don't even need some GUI for it. Problem with using Insomnia, right. And Insomnia is owned by, oh fuck, Kong, I think at this point, and they've massively turned it into basically a Postman competitor, which means you got to have a login, you got to have all that bullshit, which is super annoying. So yeah, I prefer the things that don't require a login that still work the way they should. But here's the thing, Brainless. I'm pretty sure you could turn a clanker loose on converting a Postman like config and scripts into some Insomnia config, right? Or at least you could have a clanker create a migration script. Yeah. If you got tokens to burn, why not? But let me get more music going. Yep. Wait, does Postman not even allow that? And yeah, I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Exactly. I love deadlines. I especially like the whooshing sound they make as they go by. Right. Yeah. We're taking our sweet time, right? But yes, we want only this account. Yes. Contents read and write. I was misreading that. Okay, so contents read and write is the thing we want to do there. I missed that part. So yeah, contents read and write. Only on this account. Registration successful. Must generate a private key. Now, hold on. Where do we need that private key? I forget this part. Okay, so I'm going to have to hide this part. I love that sound effect. Okay, so we got the PEM there. Record the app ID. I'm going to paste the link there because who gives a shit? That way I got it somewhere I can paste it or somewhere I can copy it. Okay, so yeah, let me go in and set these environment variables, and then we can do the other part. Where do I put these? Settings, environments, prod. All right. So SDK repository owner. Got to type this one out. Wait, hold on. Oh, I need to put it in environment variables, not secrets. And I think this one's repository name. Yep. SDK app ID. That's that number I pasted to chat. Oh. I guess, no, they wanted app ID. Hold on. We'll delete that variable, and that one gets added as a secret. There we go. I'm not sure the app ID needs to be a secret, but whatever. And then, yes, one more secret. This is SDK GitHub app private key. We can open this with text edit. Let me make sure I got the name right. GitHub app private key, add secret. Good enough there. And we should be good to go now. Yep. Let me just copy and paste something random so I don't accidentally paste the private key somewhere. And we're good.
This is medieval times!
All right, so we got all those settings in there. Now we need settings, actions, general. They must be enabled. If we restrict allowed actions, permit actions create GitHub app token. And yeah, this is private, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so we'll leave that. The existing production workflow needs its declared contents write permission. I think. Yeah. So we lock those down. I think because we modified that, it disabled that? No. We'll see about this part. Create a receiver. Yeah, and the SDK repository is a separate thing. I think we are good here. So why can't I configure these, though? That may end up being an issue that we'll have to fix. All right, so we go to SDKs here, and yeah, we'll have to do that stuff in the SDK. Okay, so we should be able to run API contract release. Oh, wrong repo though. Uh, oh, and I guess we should be able to just merge this in. Yeah, and then push it. Ooh, and my steak. It's almost ready. All right, so testing is a gate that we need to make sure is correct. But yeah, how's everyone's day going? What y'all up to? And yeah, this does take a little longer to run than I would like. So let's go look at what GK CLI bench is doing. Let's double check it. Okay, so it committed it. That's fine. is kind of the interesting thing about superpowers. Like, it does handle the commit stuff for you pretty well. Oh, and it does commits just like I do. No capitalizing the first word after the prefix. Nailed it. Yeah, I like that. Well, when I missed a follow, thank you for the follow, Silk Road, Mr. Sir. That was a while back. Sorry if you're not there anymore. So yeah, I would say this looks good. Oh. Oh, it's origin mine. That's right. Oh, it's mine main. Brain fart. All right, we're doing that just to prevent some weird issues with some tools opting for main for a push, because GitKraken will be the owner of this repo eventually. But yeah, we don't have any of the tests run, so I don't think there's like a marketing site that matters for this. We go look in apps. Let's just actually give it a shot. Right, so, yep, we've done some comparisons here. I think this is out of date, though, because it should be checking other things. But yeah, this was all, like, mocked. It looks terrible. So yeah, we'll have to do some work on that. But yeah, I can burn GitKraken tokens on that stuff. Like, you know, making it look pretty. Ping. But yeah, my steak should be done here in about 10 minutes. This might be a good time to raid someone. Because I think, you know, our GitHub action over here certainly takes its sweet time, doesn't it? And it's only been 5 minutes. So yeah, we'll have to come back tomorrow and see if it worked. The goal is that this would have pushed the OpenAPI JSON to the SDKs repo. And then from there, we can start turning the clanker loose on the SDKs repo stuff. But man, yeah, good progress today. Really happy about it. And dude, some of the rants were next level, weren't they? They were great. Okay, so who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Danny Sem? We haven't rated her in a bit. Z.A. Shaw, Art Guy Summer. Yeah, and we haven't rated Zed for a bit. He's doing some game stuff. That's fine. Yeah, he's awesome. So we're going to go raid Zed, because it's been a bit. I'm curious how his solo self-found Path of Exile stuff went. we'll check up on that. But yeah, Zed's the man. Super chill dude. I do really like his like microphone, like headphone setup, right? Like the microphones, this like it's like the presenter style microphones. Those are cool. And it means he doesn't get quite as much of the noise that this shotgun mic picks up, you know? So yeah, we're gonna go raid Zed. Thank you all for chilling. We got a lot of work done. Ooh, we're building our release. Hell yeah. But I'll be back here tomorrow. You know me. Still the same old CMG. And we are going to... Yeah, we're going to continue the SDK stuff tomorrow. We made some good progress on the building and setup part. And then, yeah, tomorrow we do more of that. Maybe some more ranting. I feel like the rants are a little more fun without the whiskey. You know, at least like more lighthearted. But as far as the Twitter and the YouTube go, thank you all for hanging out on Twitter and YouTube. I'll see y'all again soon.